Chapter 1159. Who else wants to say more? Yi Shiwen said with a cold smile, with a bit of disdain and sneer. These northern mountain clan masters who were caught in Yi Shiwen's cheek-condensed hand were flushed at this time. They all understood what Yi Shiwen's disdain meant. What royal family of the 100-clan alliance? Aren't you still being held in my hand like a dead dog now? Royal family? Ridiculous. But they didn't dare to make a sound. Even if they watched the northern mountain clan's honor being trampled under Yi Shiwen's feet, there was nothing they could do. Then I'll ask, since you are from the northern mountain clan, then you should know where the North Mountain Ling is, right? Asked Yi Shiwen. You actually want to ask about the whereabouts of the young clan master. What is your purpose? Asked a northern mountain clan master at this time. Boom! This northern mountain clan master was once again crushed by Yi Shiwen's palm. Blood splashed out, but Yi Shiwen's eyes didn't even blink. He just smiled slightly. But in the eyes of the remaining northern mountain clan warriors, it was equivalent to a demonic smile. I'll tell you, I know. A northern mountain clan warrior finally couldn't bear this terrifying atmosphere and said, Young, North Mountain Ling is now in Suiyang City, 1,000 miles away from here. Just cooperate obediently. Yi Shiwen smiled faintly. Yi Shiwen let them go, turned into a ball of golden light, and flew toward Suiyang City. Quick! Send a message to inform the young clan master. An expert of the Northern Mountains clan quickly said and sent out the message. Damn it, this lowly human actually dared to insult our Northern Mountains clan like this. We must make them pay the price and die without a burial place. The other Northern Mountain clan experts also said indignantly. As members of the Northern Mountain clan, they were all members of the royal family in the 100-clan alliance. Their strength had already ascended to the transcendent realm a long time ago. Moreover, the spiritual gate city was a remote area for both the human race and the 100-clan alliance. They had always been in existence that could do whatever they wanted. When had they ever suffered such a loss? In Yi Shiwen's hands, it was almost a humiliation. Their dignity had been ruthlessly trampled under Yi Shiwen's feet. Yi Shiwen, they will definitely inform the North Mountain Ling. In the sky, Yi Mo transformed into the image of a scholar, stepped on Yi Shiwen's shoulder and said, I know. I want them to inform the North Mountain Ling. Yi Shiwen said with a sneer, This saves me the time to look for the North Mountain Ling. Do they think I can't predict it? Now, the North Mountain Ling has most likely received the news. Maybe he has organized some ambushes. However, in such a short time, even if he can organize some people, what kind of experts can he find? Even if he finds a law manifestation expert, I can still deal with them. Those people from the Northern Mountain clan only surrendered on the surface, but in fact, they were not convinced at all. He knew that after he left, those people from the Northern Mountain clan would probably inform the North Mountain Ling immediately. However, this was also Yi Shiwen's purpose. Yi Shiwen's figure flew in the sky towards the direction of Suiyang City. Boom! A loud sound was heard, and rays of light soared into the sky and completely surrounded Yi Shiwen. It was actually an array formation. Countless light walls locked Yi Shiwen firmly in it. TSK, let me see who dares to cause trouble for me. Accompanied by an arrogant and familiar voice, a figure appeared in front of everyone. It was a noble young master in brocade clothes. He had a handsome face, but his eyes were actually square pupils. At this moment, Yi Shiwen grinned. North Mountain Ling, long time no see. The moment Yi Shiwen recognized the North Mountain Ling, the North Mountain Ling also recognized Yi Shiwen immediately. He suddenly panicked because Yi Shiwen left a deep impression on him. As one of the young patriarchs of the Northern Mountain clan, his life had been smooth sailing since he was a child. He had never failed to get anything he wanted, and he had never suffered a big loss. Those who dared to resist him could not beat him, and those who could beat him were all afraid of his identity and did not dare to do anything to him. Yi Shiwen was the first. Not only was he the first person who dared to attack him, but he was also the first person who almost killed him. If his father had not arrived in time, he might have died in Yi Shiwen's hands. But what made him even more frightened was that his father personally told him that Yi Shiwen should have died, and he was personally killed by him. Who was the North Mountain Clan Master? He was a supreme figure who controlled the Northern Mountain Clan. Even in the entire 100-Clan Alliance, he was also a high-ranking figure. Since he personally said that Yi Shiwen had been killed at that time, then Yi Shiwen had really been killed. It was impossible for this person to hide from his father's perception. That was too ridiculous. A transcendent realm initial warrior wanted to hide from the perception of a law manifestation realm late master like his father? That was something that was simply impossible, since he was already dead. Who was standing in front of him now? A dead person came back to life? Originally, he didn't believe in ghosts and gods at all. If a person died, he was dead. Even if he was a god, if he really died, it was absolutely impossible for him to become a ghost. Now, the legends of evil ghosts that were circulating in the world were just the resentment of a person after he died. If he really died, then he was really dead. Even his primordial spirit had been destroyed. He didn't even have the foundation to become a ghost. Then, what was in front of him? I haven't seen you for a long time, North Mountainling. You should still remember me, said Yi Shiwen with a grin. Yi Shiwen's words made the North Mountainling immediately confirm that this was the guy who should have been killed by his father, not a twin brother or something like that. Yi Shiwen's smile became terrifying in his eyes. In the end, the impression that Yi Shiwen left on him was too deep. For the first time, he knew that he was so close to death. For the first time, he knew that if he wasn't careful, he would also die. There were people who dared to kill him, and there were people who didn't put the Northern Mountain Clan behind him in their eyes. In the eyes of some people, the royal family of the 100-Clan Alliance was Boolsh *T. The arrogant ones were afraid of the reckless ones, and the reckless ones were afraid of the reckless ones. In his eyes, this guy in front of him was the type of person who didn't care about his life. However, this kind of palpitation only lasted for a while. Soon, the North Mountainling reacted. What was he afraid of? Yi Shiwen was already trapped in the array, and it was impossible for him to escape. Now that the situation had been completely reversed, what was there to be afraid of? In his eyes, Yi Shiwen was simply a prisoner. Wasn't it just a matter of a few words for him to do whatever he wanted with Yi Shiwen? Immediately, his expression eased, and then he smiled sinisterly. TSK, I didn't expect that the one who came to trouble me this time was actually you. Although I don't know how you escaped my father's pursuit, it doesn't matter. Since you didn't die, I will let you die again. At this time, there were more than 20 North Mountain Clan Masters behind him. The weakest was a half-step Law Manifestation Realm Master, and there were even a few Law Manifestation Realm Masters. Even in the North Mountain Clan, a half-step Law Manifestation Realm Master had a very high status, and a Law Manifestation Realm Master could be said to have a high status. The strength of the North Mountain Clan alone was much more tyrannical than the flourished Cloud Sea region. However, to be able to gather so many masters in such a short period of time, the tyrannical heritage of the North Mountain Clan was evident. At the same time, it also proved the importance of the North Mountainling in the North Mountain Clan. Last time, it was purely because Yi Shiwen caught him off guard. There was no time to find someone. Otherwise, even if Yi Shiwen died, there would be no way to get close to the North Mountainling. Everyone do it. I want him dead. I want to refine him into a human medicine. The North Mountainling sneered and roared, as if he wanted to return all the anger he held back from Yi Shiwen. During this time, I don't know what kind of fortuitous encounter you had that allowed you to step into the Law Manifestation Realm, but it's useless. I will refine you into a human medicine. I will refine all your skills and then devour them. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect that not only did you, but you also wanted to come back to find me? It seems that that woman is very important to you. TSK, You don't know how comfortable I was at that time. That woman was still a virgin. Ha ha ha. The North Mountainling said provocatively. Yi Shiwen smiled coldly and said, "Everything you say now is just to pave the way for you to die more miserably later." Stubborn. The North Mountainling said with a sneer. At this time, the powerhouses of the Northern Mountains clan behind him began to control the array formation one after another. Yi Shiwen immediately felt that an unknown force inside the matrix had begun to tear his strength apart. It seemed as if it wanted to tear his physical body apart. Unfortunately, it was still far from being able to tear his physical body apart with this little bit of strength. Although his tyrant body had not yet entered the 10th level, it was enough to kill a dragon of the same rank. It was impossible to tear him apart with this level of power. You want to refine me into a human medicine? It's ridiculous. With just you, you're probably very proud that you can ambush me. But you don't know that this is actually my plan. If no one informed you, how could you easily come to me in person? You thought you had schemed against me, but in fact, you were just schemed against by me. Yi Shiwen grinned and said casually. His 5 fingers suddenly clenched into a fist, and endless golden light burst out. With a bang, he blasted the array in front of him. Chapter 1160. His 5 fingers suddenly clenched into a fist, and endless golden light burst out. With a bang, he blasted the array in front of him. Boom! The light wall of the array, which seemed to be impregnable, suddenly shook and a crack appeared. At this time, the North Mountainling finally realized that something was wrong. At this time, shouldn't Yi Shiwen be very afraid, shivering in his array, and then being refined into a human medicine? This was the situation he expected. Who knew that it was not like this at all? Yi Shiwen actually began to fight back. Shouldn't he be struggling to resist the suction of the array? Boom! 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 Yi Shiwen blasted his fists again and again. Each of his fists blasted out endless golden light. The entire Zhen method was shaken by the power of his fists. A trace of crack began to appear, and under Yi Shiwen's continuous bombardment, this trace of crack began to expand unceasingly. Gradually, the cracks on the entire light wall looked like a cobweb, and with Yi Shiwen's fists as the center, the cracks spread out in all directions. Stop him! Stop him! Increase your power! At this time, the North Mountainling began to clamor. He was already a little nervous, and he was no longer as calm as before. The horrible memories that Yi Shiwen gave him finally came to him at this time. For him, those were the same as memories from hell. If Yi Shiwen broke out, it would not be good. For some reason, this thought suddenly popped up in his mind. Even though he could see that Yi Shiwen only had the strength of the 1st level of the Law Manifestation Realm, and he had several experts at the 1st level of the Law Manifestation Realm on his side, the feeling of insecurity still emerged directly. Want to stop me? Yi Shiwen sneered. He took a step forward, and his hands directly tore out endless golden light. Along those cracks, the entire array was torn directly by him. Clang! With a loud clang, an amazing sword light exuded a violent riot and directly slashed down from the sky toward Yi Shiwen. The speed was fast and ruthless. Almost as soon as Yi Shiwen broke out of the array, the sword light shrouded Yi Shiwen's body. A Law Phase Realm expert who was closest to him reacted first and wanted to kill Yi Shiwen. Kid, consider yourself unlucky today to have met me. Right now, I am in a very bad mood. The Transcendence 1st level expert sneered and pounced towards Yi Shiwen. Those who help the wicked deserve to die. Yi Shiwen sneered and took a step forward. His hands tore out countless golden lights and crushed the sword lights on the spot. Then he charged towards the Law Manifestation Realm Master. The expert at the 1st level of the Transcendence Realm suddenly felt like he was being stared at by a ferocious beast. He couldn't move at all. Then he felt his body being torn apart by a terrifying force. Bang! With a loud sound, his entire body, along with his primordial spirit, was torn into two. His body slid down from the sky. You! The North Mountainling looked at Yi Shiwen in disbelief, as if he couldn't believe the scene in front of him. A Transcendence first-level expert was torn apart on the spot. This was like seeing the most incredible thing. Yi Shiwen was just a warrior at the first level of the Transcendence realm. How could he be so powerful? How could he be so powerful? He simply couldn't imagine how powerful Yi Shiwen was to be able to tear apart a Transcendence first-level expert in one move. During this period, because he was stimulated by Yi Shiwen a few years ago, he completely understood that sometimes the force behind him was very useful and could make people hesitate to attack him. However, there were always some people who didn't care about the force behind him at all, and they didn't care about the power of his father, the North Mountain clan leader. When encountering such people, if his own strength was not tyrannical enough, then there was really nothing he could do. Did he have to rely on others to save him every time? What if it was like when he encountered Yi Shiwen previously, and his father didn't have time to save him? What should he do then? Therefore, he had stepped up his cultivation in recent years, but he had only just reached the half-step law manifestation realm. For the top heavens favorites of the younger generation, this strength might only be at the bottom of the middle. However, for him, who had always been lawlessly enjoying life, it was already rare for him to make progress. Anyway, as one of the royal families of the 100 Clan Alliance, the North Mountain Clan had endless resources, so as long as he was willing to work a little harder, his strength would be far more than this. However, it was obvious that his progress in the past few years had reached a point where even he felt that it was good. However, compared with Yi Shiwen's progress, it was simply insignificant. You. None of you can leave today, Yi Shiwen yelled, and had already rushed in front of the North Mountainling. The North Mountainling was his main target today. He opened his palm, and a treasured sword appeared above his palm. It began to spin crazily, and the surrounding air seemed to be crushed by his sword chi. Then, this treasured sword was tightly grasped by him. He flicked the sword toward the North Mountainling. Boom! The others couldn't react at all. Yi Shiwen's speed was too fast. Even the North Mountainling himself didn't have time to react. Instinctively, a colorful divine robe appeared in his body and protected him in it. Boom! Like a terrifying storm, it swept out. The North Mountainling was suddenly blasted out like a cannonball. He directly broke several mountain peaks before stopping. Puff! Although Yi Shiwen failed to stab him to death with a sword, the terrifying power still directly penetrated into his body, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. There was a look of horror in his eyes. He didn't expect Yi Shiwen to be so tyrannical. If it wasn't for the protection of the 7-color divine robe, he would have been killed by Yi Shiwen's sword. This North Mountain clan is really rich. Last time, I broke the colorful robe with a sword. And now, I actually got you another one. Yi Shiwen held the long blade upside down and said coldly. Yi Shiwen didn't know what material this 7-colored divine robe was made of, but it was very sturdy. Even with the emergence immortal exterminating saber, it took Yi Shiwen a long time to break through the 7-colored divine robe. Without the emergence immortal exterminating saber, Yi Shiwen couldn't even shake the colorful robe. It was no wonder that the North Mountain clan chief was so at ease despite knowing his son's arrogant character of causing trouble everywhere. With the protection of such a robe, unless it was someone like Yi Shiwen who had the emergence immortal exterminating saber, it would be difficult to break the colorful robe. You are dead. From the moment my colorful robe automatically protects my body, my father will know that something has happened to me. Soon he will rush over. At that time you will also die. It is impossible to escape. Ha ha ha. I don't care why you didn't die before. This time, don't even think about surviving. The North Mountainling said with a laugh. He suppressed the boiling blood in his body and looked at Yi Shiwen coldly, as if he could see the scene when Yi Shiwen was killed by the North Mountain clan chief. You can't wait for him to arrive. Before that you will die." Yi Shiwen said indifferently, but he understood in his heart. No wonder the North Mountain clan chief came so quickly last time. It turned out that this colorful robe not only had the function of automatically protecting the body, but it could also automatically notify the North Mountain clan chief. The North Mountain clan chief had put in a lot of effort for the safety of the North Mountainling, but it was useless. This time, Yi Shiwen would not let the North Mountainling survive until the moment the North Mountain clan chief arrived. Although he did not use the emergence, immortal exterminating saber now, his cultivation was many times stronger than before. The reason why he could beat the North Mountainling like a stray dog before was largely because of the existence of the emergence immortal exterminating saber, which greatly improved Yi Shiwen's strength. In fact, Yi Shiwen was far inferior to the North Mountainling, who was above the Transcendent Realm 6th level in terms of realm and true strength. It was just that Yi Shiwen used the emergence immortal exterminating saber to break it. But now, the situation had been fundamentally reversed. "Stop him. As long as you can stop him. When my father arrives, all of you will be rewarded handsomely." The North Mountainling looked at Yi Shiwen angrily and roared. At this time, everyone finally seemed to wake up from a dream and began to pounce toward Yi Shiwen, especially the few law manifestation experts. They shrouded Yi Shiwen's body with their domains, trying to trap him in the domain. Some of the weaker ones might even be trapped in the domain and killed by them. And at this time, Yi Shiwen finally made his move. The long sword in his hand burst out with an astonishing light, piercing the sky on the spot. He directly made his move and attacked a half-step law manifestation realm expert from the Northern Mountain clan, who was the first to rush over. Puff! A smear of blood flashed from the neck of the half-step law manifestation realm North Mountain clan expert. Blood sprayed like a pillar. At this time he was still covering his neck, still in disbelief. Even if a half-step law manifestation realm expert was not as good as a law manifestation realm expert, the gap should not be so big that he would be instantly killed by a sword. Moreover, he attacked with all his might. Wasn't he afraid that others would take the opportunity to pounce on him? He was in disbelief, but it was useless. His vitality had been cut off by this sword. "Brett, you're courting death." At this time, a law manifestation realm expert seized this gap and rushed over. The long saber slashed toward Yi Shiwen in the air. Dang! A loud sound, like the sound of gold and iron colliding. However, Yi Shiwen raised his hand and caught this saber light with his bare hands. Chapter 1161. The sword light was crushed in an instant, and then Yi Shiwen made another backhand slash. It was fast and urgent. The law manifestation realm master who rushed over was stunned. He wanted to take advantage of the chaos to sneak an attack, but he did not expect that it would be like this. Yi Shiwen easily crushed his sword light. Puff! A blood flower bloomed on his neck. Blood splashed out, and his vitality was instantly cut off. His entire body fell from the sky. Another law manifestation realm master died in the hands of Yi Shiwen. It seemed that these law manifestation realm masters were simply vulnerable in front of him. They were not his opponents at all. Like chicks, no matter how many there were, they would all die. These masters of the North Mountain clan were a little frightened, but they still rushed forward one by one. They knew very well that if they died here, their families could still be treated leniently. However, if the North Mountainling died here, then their sins would really be unforgivable. Not only would they be courting death, but their 9 generations would also not be able to escape. Although the North Mountain clan chief did not only have one son, and many of them were much more successful than this son, everyone knew how much he doted on this son. The North Mountainling had committed numerous crimes over the years. To a large extent, it was the connivance of the North Mountain clan chief that led to such a situation. They knew very well that even though they knew that going up to face Yi Shiwen was courting death, they did not dare to not rush up. Either one of them would die, or their entire family would die. They knew very well what choice they should make. Swish! 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 The sword light in Yi Shiwen's hand flashed constantly. Every time he made a move, a law manifestation realm or a half-step law manifestation realm master would die under his swordsmanship. Blood dyed the entire ground red. This was not ordinary blood, but the blood of a half-step law manifestation realm or law manifestation realm master. At this level, every part of a warrior's body was a treasure. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were human-shaped, natural treasures. These blood seeped into the ground, and over the years natural treasures would grow. If many beasts had the opportunity to devour their flesh and blood, then they were likely to undergo amazing transformations. To a certain extent, these people were no longer ordinary, although their strength might not reach the level of those legendary gods. In essence, they were gradually approaching that level. In other words, wasn't everyone working hard in that direction in their cultivation? Yi Shiwen realized the benefits of having the North Mountainling here because he didn't even have to worry about these people of the North Mountain clan escaping. As long as the North Mountainling was still here, the Heaven Amen sect would not escape and could only obediently be slaughtered by Yi Shiwen. However, although they rushed forward one after another, each of them could only block Yi Shiwen for a moment. However, they also bought enough time for the North Mountainling to take care of his skin. With the protection of the colorful robe, his injury was not very serious. This time was enough for him to recover almost completely. At this time, he looked at Yi Shiwen with a little horror. He could already see that Yi Shiwen was definitely capable of killing him. It was not like the last time when Yi Shiwen borrowed the magic of the saber. But he had no choice. He could only choose to escape, but Yi Shiwen was chasing closely behind him. Although the masters of the North Mountain clan tried their best to stop Yi Shiwen, they could not stop Yi Shiwen. In just a moment, most of them were slaughtered. They could not stop Yi Shiwen's advancement at all. However, without them, Yi Shiwen would have caught up with the North Mountainling long ago. The North Mountainling was also very clear about this. Pucci! Finally, even the last expert fell from the sky. He had died. The North Mountainling was the only one left. The North Mountainling finally became afraid. "No, you can't kill me." The North Mountainling shouted while fleeing frantically in the direction of the North Mountain clan. However, how could Yi Shiwen give him this opportunity? He immediately took a big stride forward and chased after him. A fiery saber aura instantly flashed in his hand. Voila! The terrifying saber aura crossed the vast sky. Wherever it passed, the spiritual energy burned. Looking from a distance, the entire sky seemed to be completely burning. Boom! The fiery saber aura slashed on his body. The seven-colored divine robe on his body was activated almost immediately to protect him. However, the terrifying impact of Yi Shiwen's huge power still made his body fall to the ground like a meteor and fiercely crashed into a mountain peak. Since his back was slashed by Yi Shiwen, he basically slammed into the mountain peak. His entire face was badly mutilated, blood was flowing, and the bridge of his nose was broken. Although it was not a serious injury, it made him look battered and exhausted. Yi Shiwen caught up and stood in midair. His expression was cold and expressionless, which made the North Mountainling extremely horrified. It was as if he had seen the legendary Grim Reaper. Cold, heartless, and life-threatening. Yi Shiwen did not seem to be in a hurry to kill him. He just raised his hand and a brilliant fiery saber aura suddenly slashed down. Boom! More than half of the entire mountain peak was slashed off. In a pile of rubble, the North Mountainling spat out a mouthful of blood. Although he was not cut in half by the saber was enough to seriously injure him. Do you know fear? Do you know despair? A cruel smile flashed across the corner of Yi Shiwen's mouth. Do you know what the girls who died in your hands were thinking? That kind of despair, the feeling of being on the verge of death? The North Mountainling did not speak. He just trembled his lips and looked at Yi Shiwen in horror. He usually thought that his psychological quality was already very good. He was already considered to be experienced and knowledgeable. What kind of cruel scenes had he not seen? However, that was what he watched happen to others. At that time, he did not care because he was cruel and stone-hearted. He would not be moved by others at all. But now, when he was in the position of the main character in the countless tragedies he had seen, he truly understood that his mental fortitude was nothing more than a joke. Psychological quality. Did he have such a thing? In his thousands of years of life, he had never encountered any real danger. The only time was in front of Yi Shiwen. He was defeated and almost killed by Yi Shiwen. That was the first time he discovered how fragile he was. So from that week onwards, he tried his best to improve his strength. Finally, with the huge resources of the North Mountain clan, he stepped into the half-step law manifestation realm. Compared with a few years ago, it was a world of difference. Gradually, he had forgotten the shadow and threat that Yi Shiwen brought to him. But now, in front of Yi Shiwen, he felt this terrifying threat again. The feeling that seemed to have been forgotten once again filled his brain. He had felt it twice in his life, and both times were brought to him by Yi Shiwen. He wanted to take revenge on Yi Shiwen, refine him into a human elixir, swallow him, and swallow the inner demon in his heart in one gulp. Yi Shiwen had become his inner demon. If he could not get rid of the fear of Yi Shiwen, he was afraid that it would become his true inner demon in the future. But now this inner demon seemed to have expanded all of a sudden, suddenly becoming a shadow in his heart that was difficult to erase. At this moment, he seemed to truly understand the sorrow and fear of those women who were even less than ants in his eyes before they died. More often than not, he would not only take away the innocence of a person, but he would also suck away all the yin energy in a person's body, causing that person to die as a dried corpse. It could be said to be extremely vicious. However, he had never felt that way in the past. Even now, he still didn't feel that he was wrong. Those lowly human women should be rejoicing. To be able to die in his arms was an honor that they would never have in their entire lives. Why? For those ant-like women, you have to hunt me down so many times? The North Mountainling roared. Ant-like women. A disdainful smile flashed across Yi Shiwen's mouth. Maybe in your eyes, they are like ants. It is nothing to trample a group of them to death. But now, in my eyes, what is the difference between you and an ant? Do I need a reason to kill you? The North Mountainling was completely stunned. He did not expect that Yi Shiwen would actually say such a thing. You are an ant. Do I need a reason to kill you? He had always felt that he was very important, the center of the world, and everyone had to revolve around him. Everyone believed that those who obeyed him would prosper, and those who opposed him would perish. For the first time, he was treated as an ant and he had to face death. You can't kill me. Otherwise, our North Mountain clan, no, our 100-clan alliance will not let you go. At this time, the North Mountainling was no longer naive to think that Yi Shiwen would not kill him. As Yi Shiwen said, he was just an ant in Yi Shiwen's eyes. Did he need a reason to trample an ant to death? If there was a reason, was it enough that he found Yi Shiwen an eyesore? Therefore, he wanted to increase his status as much as possible so that Yi Shiwen would not dare to make a move. Anyway, it doesn't matter. They are just some clowns, Yi Shiwen said with a sneer. You are waiting for your father now, right? Yi Shiwen raised his hand and slashed down. Boom! The saber slammed into the North Mountainling's body, and his body was sent flying on the spot. Although he was not split in half, he was severely injured again and more blood spurted out. Don't worry, he will accompany you soon. Yi Shiwen smiled. The days of being hunted down were unforgettable. He even had to abandon the Star Beast avatar to escape. It was definitely a deep impression. Chapter 1162. When he was young, he secretly swore that one day he would make the North Mountain clan chief pay the price for everything he had done. This is also the first time I've realized that controlling the life and death of others is such an interesting thing. Yi Shiwen smiled and slashed down again. Boom! The entire mountain seemed to be about to explode. It was already in disorder. This mountain that had been formed for tens of thousands of years was smashed into rubble at this time. This was because Yi Shiwen did not spread the range of the saber aura, but blasted most of the saber aura on the North Mountain Ling's body. Otherwise, he would have died long ago. "You're crazy," the North Mountain Ling said while coughing blood. He was hit by Yi Shiwen's saber several times. Although he had the protection of the colorful divine robe, it was still enough to severely injure him. He didn't even have the ability to move now. At this time, Yi Shiwen's smile was like that of a demon in his eyes, but he would never understand that in the eyes of those who died tragically in his hands. His smile was no better than Yi Shiwen's today. However, his brain was very clear. When he heard that Yi Shiwen wanted to send his father to die together, he suddenly felt that Yi Shiwen was crazy. He had to admit that Yi Shiwen's strength was very tyrannical and had far exceeded the realm of the ordinary first level of the law manifestation realm. However, who was his father? He was the patriarch of the North Mountain clan and the youngest patriarch in history. Although his strength was not the strongest among the patriarchs, he had reached the peak of the 9th level of the law manifestation realm. Such strength was enough to dominate the entire ancient Baron's continent. He actually wanted to kill his father? If this wasn't crazy, what was? He was an out-and-out madman. At this time, he regretted for the first time. He regretted provoking a madman. Ordinary people could still be reasoned with, but there was really no way to deal with a real madman. Boom! Another slash came crashing down. "Does this feel good?" asked Yi Shiwen. But this time, the North Mountain Ling didn't even have the strength to answer him. He could only grunt. At this time, he realized that the human race he looked down on, the human race that he thought would only submit to adversity, also had such tyrannical existences. In other words, Yi Shiwen himself was an exception among these people. Boom! 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 Amidst the continuous explosions, the North Mountain Ling was already out of breath. However, Yi Shiwen was teasing him like a cat playing with a mouse. He had no intention of killing him in a short time. "Who dares to hurt my son?" At this time, a tyrannical voice came from afar. A terrifying groan tore through the vast sky, bringing with it boundless brilliance. A figure appeared in front of Yi Shiwen. It was the North Mountain Patriarch. That appearance left a deep impression on Yi Shiwen, and he would never forget it in this life. "You've finally come. Then you have no value anymore." Yi Shiwen sneered and suddenly slashed down with his blade. Boom! This time, Yi Shiwen went all out. He didn't hold anything back. The entire hilltop instantly turned into ashes and was annihilated. The colorful robe on the North Mountain Ling's body was also shattered into pieces in an instant. It was already full of cracks after being bombarded by Yi Shiwen previously. At this time, how could it withstand Yi Shiwen's full attack? Without the protection of the colorful robe, the North Mountain Ling also completely turned into a cloud of blood mist in an instant. His screams pierced the sky. "Ling-er!" The North Mountain Patriarch's angry voice spread out, directly causing the surrounding spiritual energy to collapse instantly and turn into nothingness. His anger could burn through the sky. His divine thoughts stared at Yi Shiwen, and then he was surprised to find that it was Yi Shiwen. "It's you!" He had a deep impression of this person. In so many years, Yi Shiwen was the first person who dared to ignore the power of the North Mountain clan and almost killed his beloved youngest son. At the same time, he was the person who he chased for a few days and nights before killing. Hence, Yi Shiwen left a deep impression on him. At that time, he had already entered the law manifestation 9th level, and Yi Shiwen was just a warrior who had just entered the transcendent realm. The gap between the two was like heaven and earth. In normal times, the transcendent realm warriors who were considered masters to him were no different from ordinary ants in front of him. Whether it was the transcendent realm, the great sage realm, or the sage realm, they were just small characters that could be killed with one slap. Wasn't it ridiculous to distinguish between the strong and the weak? However, this person was different. He had actually chased after him for several days and nights before he barely managed to kill him. This was something that he had never encountered in his many years of life. He had never thought that there would actually be such a person in existence. This person should be regarded as an elite among the human clan. But fortunately, such a person was strangled by him before he could grow up. At the beginning, he personally confirmed that Yi Shiwen was indeed dead. There was no sign of life, and it was absolutely impossible for him to survive. But he didn't expect to see him again now. Moreover, this person had found his way here, and even his most beloved son had died in his hands. How could he not die? Although he also had such a mystical flame in his heart, it was just a fleeting thought. To him, there was nothing more important than the tragic death of his favorite son. And most importantly, he had never killed the North Mountainling before. He had to wait until now, when Yi Shiwen came over to kill him. Wasn't this obviously done for him? Immediately, he almost didn't want to say anything more, and a big hand suddenly stretched out. Boom! The big hand directly broke through the vast sky and directly grabbed Yi Shiwen as if it wanted to crush him directly. Pay for my Ling-er's life! He was extremely angry. A top master at the law, manifestation 9th level attacked with all his strength. How terrifying was it? From the countless air collapsing in the sky, one could feel it. The entire space was distorted by his claw. If it had been the previous Yi Shiwen, perhaps he would have been caught by him at such a close distance. It was a pity that the current Yi Shiwen could be said to have been reborn. Compared with the past, he had already crossed a whole realm. From the transcendent realm, he had entered the law manifestation realm. Although the gap between him and the North Mountain clan chief was still huge, in general, they were still in the same realm. The gap between him and the North Mountain clan chief had changed from the gap between a human and an ant to the gap between a child and an adult. Although it was still huge, it was much better than having no power to fight back. Although a child couldn't beat an adult, if a child had a weapon in his hand, it was still possible to stab the adult to death. Not to mention that Yi Shiwen was far from the kind of child who didn't know much. Yi Shiwen turned into a ball of golden light and disappeared directly from his big hand. Boom! Under his big hand, countless mountain rocks were crushed. At this moment, a bright saber light cut through the sky. It was like a stone breaking through the sky. The entire air began to burn in a large area, and the space began to distort violently. The violent saber aura made even the North Mountain clan chief's expression change slightly. He suddenly remembered that this person who was supposed to be dead should have a treasured saber that even he was afraid of. This saber was too terrifying. It was so terrifying that even with his strength, he was afraid of it. He spread his hands, and a long sword instantly appeared in his hand. An astonishing sword aura instantly slashed out. The treasured sword in his hand was also an extraordinary peak work of the earth-level martial instrument. Boom! The sword aura and the saber aura collided in midair. Countless saber aura and sword aura collided, twisted and condensed into a huge energy ball. At the moment of formation, it swept wildly in all directions. It grew bigger and bigger, almost swallowing the world in an instant. Then it suddenly exploded, setting off an unimaginable astral wind that swept outwards. In such an instant, an astonishing collision occurred between the two sides. The North Mountain Patriarch had long entered the 9th level of the Transcendence realm. Unless it was an antique who had surpassed the Transcendence realm, it would be difficult for him to meet a worthy opponent. Although Yi Shiwen's skill was far from reaching such a high level, it was enough to sweep away the average master at the 4th level of the Law Phase realm. Coupled with the emergence immortal exterminating saber in his hand, this was a fierce saber that had even slaughtered immortals. How could it be ordinary? For a time, the two sides were inseparable. Immediately afterward, the emergence immortal exterminating saber broke through the sword aura blasted by the North Mountain clan chief with irresistible force. It cut through the vast sky all the way and went straight to the North Mountain clan chief's face. The North Mountain clan chief suddenly turned pale with fright. This fierce saber was many times more tyrannical than when it was in Yi Shiwen's hands back then. Yi Shiwen with the emergence immortal exterminating saber only made him a little afraid. But now, Yi Shiwen with the emergence immortal exterminating saber made him feel a fatal threat. If he was not careful, he might also be cut in half by the saber. This feeling was something he had not felt for many years, ever since he entered the 9th tier of the Transcendence realm. After all, those old antiques who had surpassed the Transcendence realm all year round were comprehending the mystery of longevity. How many of them would have nothing to do and wander around? Without the existence of those antiques who had surpassed the law phase realm, he could do whatever he wanted. But now, he had that kind of fatal threat again. Almost instinctively, he tapped his feet and instantly retreated hundreds of kilometers. Boom! The saber aura finally fell, and the entire ground was cut into a terrifying crack of hundreds of kilometers. It was bottomless and dozens of miles wide. Chapter 1163. Seeing this scene, the North Mountain Patriarch suddenly felt a chill down his spine. If he wasn't careful, he might be split in half on the spot. He didn't expect that in such a short period of time he had grown to such an extent. This murderous saber in his hands had increased its power to a terrifying level. How could an existence that could threaten his life not be considered terrifying? Damn it! Go to hell! At this time, the North Mountain clan chief took the lead in launching an attack. He drew a circle in the sky. Then countless light swords condensed out of thin air. They cut through the sky and fell one after another. Whoosh! 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 There was a harsh sound of breaking through the air. The light swords that filled the sky almost covered the sky, as if the entire sky had become a sea of sword clouds. Yi Shiwen died under these light swords in the past because they were too dense. He had no way to dodge them at all. But now, Yi Shiwen was different from the past. His strength was also not what it used to be. Break them all! Yi Shiwen yelled, and a terrifying saber light in his hand slashed out again. The saber light that slashed out from the emergence immortal exterminating saber had unimaginable, terrifying power. The saber light tore through the sky. The moment those light swords touched the saber light, they exploded one after another. However, there was no way to stop the advancement of the saber light. They could only watch it pounce toward the North Mountain clan chief. Boom! This time, the North Mountain clan chief had no time to block it at all. He only had time to dodge a little, and he was completely hit by this saber light on the spot. All the defenses on his body collapsed in an instant, and a 7-colored divine robe appeared on his body. This 7-colored divine robe was obviously more powerful than the 7-colored divine robe on the North Mountainling's body, but it was useless at all. With just one slash, cracks appeared on this colorful divine robe, and it had a tendency to get bigger and bigger over time. His figure suddenly flew out upside down, and he was attacked by a terrifying power. His figure flew upside down for hundreds of miles. He didn't know how many sky-piercing mountain peaks were broken before he barely stopped. The power of this slash was terrifying. The North Mountain Patriarch spat out a mouthful of blood and finally confirmed the conjecture in his heart. This saber was really terrifying. Although Yi Shiwen's skill was still far from being comparable to his own, he actually had the ability to fight against him with this murderous saber in his hand. On the other side, Yi Shiwen was also constantly gasping for breath. Those 2 blade attacks had already depleted half of the genuine in his body, and the remaining genuine was only enough for him to chop out 2 more blade attacks at most. Although his strength was no longer what it used to be, it was not just 100 times stronger than it was in the past. It was probably even a few hundred times stronger, but it was useless. If he wanted to threaten the North Mountain Patriarch or even kill him, the power he had back then was simply not enough. Hence, even though it had become many times stronger, the entire emergence immortal exterminating saber was still a life-saving measure that could only be used a few times. I still have the last 2 strikes. I must cut him down from his horse. Either he dies or I die. Yi Shiwen gritted his teeth, and a ruthless expression appeared on his face. Almost at the moment when the North Mountain Patriarch was blasted away, he rushed over again. Before the North Mountain Patriarch had time to react, Yi Shiwen had already appeared in front of him. So fast! The North Mountain Patriarch was shocked. He knew that Yi Shiwen's speed was very fast. Otherwise, Yi Shiwen wouldn't be able to escape from him for so long. But after this period of time, Yi Shiwen's speed had improved by more than a little. Go to hell, it's time to end this. Since you like your son so much, then go down and accompany him. Yi Shiwen shouted, and the veins on his arms bulged. It was not an easy task to control this murderous saber. Even now, he still needed to do his best to control the emergence, immortal exterminating saber. After all, he did not have the correct sacrificial training method, and he had erased the old ghost, so he could only forcibly control it. The remaining half of the Jinyuan in Yi Shiwen's body seemed to have been drained by half in an instant. The Jinyuan in his body was so huge that it was like the Yangtze River, like half of the sea. Even if it was only a quarter of it, it was still incredible. Countless Jinyuan were all instilled into the emergence, immortal exterminating saber at this moment. The entire emergence, immortal exterminating saber began to hum violently. The Jinyuan also transformed into endless saber aura in an instant and instantly slashed down. Oh no! The North Mountain Patriarch secretly said. He spread his hands, and countless Jinyuan swept up. In front of him, an enchantment instantly condensed. Boom! The entire saber aura fell on the enchantment like a hot knife through butter. These enchantments had no way to stop the advancement of the saber aura. In just an instant, the enchantment was broken. But even so, the enchantment still bought some time for the North Mountain Patriarch to escape. Boom! The saber aura slashed fiercely on his body. The colorful divine robe on the North Mountain Patriarch's body instantly appeared to protect him, but it only blocked the saber aura slightly. Immediately afterward, this treasure that the North Mountain Patriarch thought could protect his life disintegrated on the spot. And it completely disintegrated, directly broken into pieces. After breaking the colorful divine robe, the saber aura still stood on the North Mountain Patriarch's body fiercely. Although most of the North Mountain Patriarch's body had escaped, he was still scratched by the saber aura. Just being scratched, his body almost broke into 2 pieces. A huge wound tore from the top of his body to his thigh. The wound was shocking. He was almost split in half on the spot. If it weren't for the enchantment and the colorful divine robe that bought him some time, perhaps he would not have escaped this time. His body was not a tyrant body like Yi Shiwen. Although it was far more tyrannical than ordinary people, it was still impossible to resist the saber aura of the emergence, immortal exterminating saber. He screamed and almost fell directly from the sky. At this time, he no longer cared about avenging his son. At this time, his only thought was how to save his own life. Other things were insignificant. If he couldn't even save his own life, how could he talk about avenging the North Mountainling? Little bastard, just you wait. I must kill you. If you dare to kill my son, I will kill 1 million, 10 million humans to apologize to him. The North Mountain Patriarch screamed and fled frantically into the distance. It was just like the previous North Mountainling, but he was much more embarrassed than the North Mountainling now. The North Mountainling still had the colorful divine robe to protect his body. Before Yi Shiwen broke the colorful divine robe, although he was in a sorry state, his life was not in danger. However, the colorful divine robe on the North Mountain Patriarch's body had already been broken by Yi Shiwen. Now, on his body there was a huge wound that ran through his whole body. The blood fell to the ground and dyed the entire land red. Every drop of it was blood essence. If any drop fell into a lake, it could immediately dye the entire lake red, and aquatic beasts would also be born in it. Want to leave? Still want to kill? Don't even think about it. Yi Shiwen's tired voice came from behind him. Yi Shiwen kept panting. These 3 slashes had already drawn out most of the qi in his body, but the blue veins on his arms were still bulging. The qi in his body was like the yellow river, rushing out frantically. It almost completely fell into the emergence, immortal, exterminating saber. Go to hell! Swish! A terrifying saber light lit up the entire sky, and then the saber aura cut through the vast sky. It instantly chased after the North Mountain Patriarch who had already escaped. Boom! At this time, the North Mountain Patriarch had no way to avoid the attack of this saber. This saber was too terrifying and the speed was too fast. If he was in a state of complete victory, there might be a way to deal with this saber, but he was seriously injured now, and there was no way to resist at all. Puff! His body was easily cut in half by the saber aura like a piece of paper. His spirit was also twisted into 2 halves by the saber aura in an instant. In an instant, both his body and spirit were destroyed. His body was directly broken into 2 halves, and he slid down from the sky. He fell heavily to the ground. Huff, huff! Yi Shiwen kept panting. In the Tianyuan mirror, countless spirit crystals instantly turned into spiritual energy, filling Yi Shiwen's body like it was free. Just a moment ago, Yi Shiwen's Genuan had been completely exhausted, and if it weren't for the timely replenishment of these Lingqi, perhaps he would have already fallen from the sky, and wouldn't even be able to maintain basic flight. Although it was not as pure as the Lingqi that he had personally refined, but for the current Yi Shiwen, it was still better than nothing. He. Yi Shiwen kept laughing. What appeared in front of him was Shen Yanmei's smile. That girl was his first friend after coming to the ancient Baron's continent. For him, it had a special meaning. It was like someone reaching out to you in the darkest time. But he could only watch Shen Yanmei die tragically in the hands of the North Mountain Ling. This matter had been pressing on his heart for many years. Now, finally, the North Mountain Ling was dead, and the North Mountain Patriarch was also dead. These 2 culprits who caused Shen Yanmei's tragic death were dead. Yi Shiwen only felt relaxed in his heart. It was as if a dead knot in his heart had been unraveled all of a sudden. His state of mind was restored to perfection, and the realm of the first level of the law manifestation realm that he had just reached actually began to show signs of loosening. Chapter 1164. Shen Yanmei's death had always been a knot in Yi Shiwen's heart. At that time, he was unable to stop it at all. He couldn't even avenge her. It was like a fishbone stuck in his throat. It became a knot in his heart. If this continued, it might even evolve into an inner demon. This had also become an important reason hindering his cultivation. Now that this knot in his heart was gone, it was like the dam on the river had suddenly disappeared. There was a crack in his cultivation realm, and there were signs of breaking through to the 2nd level of law manifestation realm. After a little rest and recovering some qi, Yi Shiwen immediately stepped on the escape light and left quickly. No matter how arrogant and domineering the North Mountain Clan Chief was, he was the North Mountain Clan Chief after all. 100 or 1,000 North Mountain Ling could not be compared to the North Mountain Clan Chief. The death of the North Mountain Ling could only be regarded as a small matter at most. The status of the North Mountain Ling in the North Mountain Clan was all due to the North Mountain Clan Chief. Without the protection of the North Mountain Clan Chief, he was not even a blade of grass. But the North Mountain Clan Chief was different. He was the clan chief of the North Mountain Clan, a royal clan in the 100 Clan Alliance. It was of great significance. Not to mention the entire North Mountain Clan would be furious. Even the 100 Clan Alliance would be shocked. Sure enough, not long after he left, a large number of masters with terrifying auras arrived instantly. Investigate. You must find out how they died. A loud roar instantly spread throughout the sky. While the entire North Mountain clan was enraged, Yi Shiwen had already embarked on a journey to the depths of the ancient Barrens continent. This was a journey that he had embarked on many years ago, but had been delayed until now. Only then did he embark on this journey again. Along the way, Yi Shiwen had broadened his horizons. Compared with the true martial domain, the ancient Barrens continent was the truly prosperous world, especially after entering the depths of the human clan. Any small city had a population of more than 10 million. As for towns with a population of about 1 million, it was not uncommon. Some large cities even had a population of more than 100 million. This was a scene that was impossible to see on Earth. If more than 100 million people lived in the same city, how crowded would the city be? However, it was very common in this world. It was rare to see such a huge city even in the true martial world. Even a city with a population of more than 10 million could serve as the capital of a country. It wasn't like the ancient Barrens continent, where any random small city had a population of over 10 million. However, Yi Shiwen could also see some problems. That was, there were too many people. Perhaps on Earth, a large number of people wouldn't be a problem because mortals had a short lifespan. A few decades was a cycle of life. They lived quickly and died quickly. However, in the ancient Barrens continent, even a child might possess martial arts and be able to casually shatter a mountain. They were all truth or even legendary experts. These people had martial arts and consumed the most resources, but at the same time it was difficult for them to die. They could easily live for hundreds or even thousands of years. After such a long time, it was only natural that they would form such a huge cluster of cities. However, such a large base number also laid a very important foundation for the emergence of human experts. With a large base number, various geniuses would emerge like mushrooms after the rain. Every year, there would be many geniuses emerging. This was also the fundamental reason why the human race was able to occupy the most prosperous place in the entire ancient Barrens continent until now. The entire ancient Barrens continent was incomparably huge, and the Endless Sea region was even larger. Although Yi Shiwen had to run for a long time to reach the flourished Cloud Sea region, compared to the entire Endless Sea region and the ancient Barrens continent, it was just a coastal area. Further away, there were many more sea regions that were also very tyrannical. Whether it was the Endless Sea region or the entire ancient Barrens continent, even with Yi Shiwen's current flying speed, it might take decades to travel from one end of the continent to the other end. Fortunately, there were various teleportation arrays installed in the major cities of the entire ancient Barrens continent. Some teleported from region to region, and some teleported from dynasty to dynasty. All in all, it was very convenient. Of course, this price was enough to bankrupt many martial artists. This was because even law manifestation realm experts couldn't come into contact with some laws related to space in the ancient Barrens continent. In other words, these spirit arrays could only be set up by experts who had surpassed the law manifestation realm. Who were those experts who surpassed the law manifestation realm? Any one of them was an existence that could run amok in the ancient Barrens continent. They wouldn't easily appear in front of ordinary people. They were usually in seclusion to seek the mysteries of immortality. They wouldn't simply appear in front of ordinary people. They were the group of people who were closest to deities. Those people were the true rulers of the ancient Barrens continent. They wouldn't appear easily, let alone something like setting up a teleportation array. Naturally, the price to pay for it would be exorbitant. Even if ordinary people wanted to use it, they wouldn't be able to afford it. Therefore, even in a place like the ancient Barrens continent, many people might not be able to leave the city they lived in their lifetime. Of course, the scope of their city was far larger than the cities on Earth in his previous life. However, this price was not a problem at all for a wealthy person like Yi Shiwen. Even so, Yi Shiwen spent tens of millions of spirit crystals to finally reach the center of the human world, Mount Qi, from the spiritual gate city, which was the most desolate place for human forces. The so-called Ancient Barrens continent was the origin of all universes. It was the highest point of all planes. It was a vast and boundless continent. Almost all races could be found in it. It was also the origin of all races. It was the stage for all races who wanted to compete for hegemony in the world. Mount Qi was the most central location of this ancient Barrens continent. It was also the most central area ruled by humans. Legend had it that it was the spine of the great god Pango, who split the heavens and the earth apart, fell and turned into a boundless mountain range. Although it was called a mountain range, the entire Mount Qi was actually very vast. Although the entire Mount Qi was called a mountain, generally speaking, the Mount Qi referred to a very vast area. The main mountain range of Mount Qi was only a part of it. Yi Shiwen stood on a forest trail on the edge of Mount Qi, rubbing a palm-sized piece of jade in his hand. It was green in color and round in shape. It was only about a finger's thickness. An unknown ominous beast was engraved in the center of the jade. Although it was just a jade carving, it seemed to be alive. One could almost feel as if an ominous beast had suddenly rushed into one's mind. It seemed that the mystery of his origin was finally about to be revealed. His origin had become a knot in his heart since a long time ago. Perhaps it could be said that it was a knot in his body's previous owner's heart. If there was no way to resolve this knot, then the last trace of resentment of the previous owner of his body would never disappear. This would also cause a huge obstacle to his future practice. The teleportation array could only be sent to the periphery of Mount Qi. As for the inside, the teleportation array was not allowed to teleport directly. Even during the days of war in the past, enemies used the teleportation array directly to the center of Mount Qi. Since then, the teleportation array leading to Mount Qi was completely closed because, at the same time, this was also the center of the human world. After coming to Mount Qi, Yi Shiwen's originally impatient mood was no longer anxious at this time. There was a sudden pilgrimage in his heart, and he began to walk inside. During this time, although Yi Shiwen spent part of his time in the entire ancient Barrens continent in the teleportation array, he began to have some understanding of his life. No wonder Yi Junshan left the words that as long as he took this jade pendant to Mount Qi, he could solve the mystery of his life. This was not a lie, because the reputation of the Mount Qi family was too resounding. The Qi mountain region was one of the 3 major clans. It was a colossus that stood tall in the entire human world. Not to mention entering the Qi mountain region. Even in many regions outside the Qi mountain region, Yi Shiwen casually asked about it. He knew what kind of existence the Qi Mountain Yi clan was. In the entire human world, there were several behemoths standing in the entire human world for hundreds of millions of years. Compared to the Yi family, the flourished Cloud Sea region and the like were simply ant-like existences. However, the only difference was that the entire Yi family was too huge. There were hundreds of millions of people in just the clansmen, and this was only the direct surname of Yi. It did not include the many families that were related to the Yi family by blood. Yi Shiwen could only judge that he should be a member of this behemoth of the Mount Qi Yi family, but he did not know whether it was the main family or a branch family of the Yi family. Even in the main family there were many branches, and it was even more unknown how many branch families there were. It could even be said that there were Yi family branch families all over the human territories of the ancient Barrens continent. God knew which one it was. The only clue was the jade pendant in his hand. This was the only way for him to find his family and the location of his father, Yi Junshan. Since there was no other information, Yi Shiwen could only choose to go to the main family of the Yi family, first to recognize his ancestors, and then slowly investigate. This kind of thing was not uncommon in the Yi family. The Yi family had hundreds of millions of clansmen, and this was even a name. There were many clansmen who were left outside. Many of them were illegitimate children or accidentally left outside, so many people would go to the main family every year to recognize their ancestors. Chapter 1165. This wasn't strange at all. Every year, a large number of Yi clan members would join. After investigating their origins and branches, they would be assigned to their respective branches. Then, they would be able to enjoy the various benefits of the Yi clan. Only a small family would have the idea of pushing an illegitimate child out of the door. For a large family, regardless of whether you were an illegitimate child or a pearl left outside, you were still part of the family's bloodline. It was very beneficial to the revitalization of the entire family, especially for the higher-ups of large clans. No matter what one's identity was, it didn't make a difference to them. Not only the higher-ups of the ancient Barrens continent, but it was also the same in the true martial domain. It was only different on Earth because there were usually only a few people in the clans. Naturally, they didn't want others to take a share of the pie. However, everyone knew what was the most important thing to revitalize and expand a force. It was talent, whether one was an illegitimate child or a legitimate child. As long as there were more people, the probability of having a genius would be higher. This was the way for a force to maintain peace and prosperity for a long time. Only short-sighted people would push away talents. Suddenly, a loud roar came from all directions around the small path in the forest. Yi Shiwen's heart tightened. A figure jumped out from around him. It was a robust man with a height of 9 feet. Ha ha ha, it's been a few hundred years. I finally walked out of that broken mountain village. Geniuses of the Yi clan wait for me. I, Yi Fan, will beat all of you up. Ha ha ha. It was a tall and sturdy man with a slightly rugged appearance. Yi clan, main clan? At this moment, Yi Shiwen's ears suddenly perked up. Is this person in front of me a member of the Yi clan? Yi Fan. Yes. Since he's called Yi Fan, he must be a member of the Yi clan. At this time, Yi Fan looked at Yi Shiwen, as if he had discovered Yi Shiwen's existence. Yi Shiwen was about to go up and ask about the Yi family situation, but he saw Yi Fan suddenly step forward, clenching his fist. Countless Zhenyuan instantly gathered, and suddenly punched towards Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen tiptoed lightly, and his figure quickly retreated by 100 meters, avoiding the attack range of the fist. Boom! The fist energy split the sky, instantly sweeping up endless astral winds, breaking the surrounding trees. Not bad, not bad. Your movement technique is not bad. TSK, I didn't expect to meet such a capable person as soon as I came out. No wonder those old men said that there are many capable people out there. There are crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Yi Fan said to himself. A sharp light flickered in Yi Shiwen's eyes. This man had actually attacked him while covering his face. This had forced the killing intention out of his heart. Although he was very happy to see such a person from the Yi clan, but he wasn't a person who didn't care about anything. He wasn't a person who could meekly accept adversity. Without waiting for Yi Shiwen to counterattack, Yi Fan unexpectedly took the initiative to launch an attack. It was another extremely fierce fist technique. His fist technique didn't have too many changes in moves. It was only bold and fierce. It was somewhat similar to Yi Shiwen's martial arts, but it was fundamentally different. Yi Shiwen's punching technique was fierce and invincible. It was straightforward because his martial arts had already broken away from the shackles of ordinary moves. He could directly use martial arts to attack others. His punching technique might seem simple and straightforward, but the martial arts contained within it could cope with myriad changes by remaining unchanged. It could change from simple and straightforward to complex in an instant. For him, he had already reached the point where he could freely withdraw his punching technique. There was no problem at all. However, this person's fist technique was not like that. Instead, this set of fist technique was a straightforward one. It was as if he had skipped the steps of simplifying the complex and directly used the simple yet lethal fist technique as the fundamental route. Although it looked similar, it was actually different. Yi Shiwen originally wanted to kill, but at this time he found that there was not a trace of killing intention in Yi Fan's body. It was purely a bold and fierce fighting intention, and there was a feeling of joy in his eyes. In other words, he actually encountered a martial arts fanatic. No matter what aspect, when a fanatic became crazy, it would make people feel helpless. However, since the other party did not have any killing intention, Yi Shiwen also restrained the killing intention in his heart. He also unceremoniously sacrificed the Shattered Star Fist. The Shattered Star Fist, which had been upgraded to the Law Phase realm, was much more powerful than the original one. Countless quintessential essences wrapped around his fist, forming a starry domain that blasted out with a loud bang. On the other hand, Yi Fan's punches and moves contained the fierce might of a ferocious beast. It was as if each of his punches could create a peerless, ferocious beast. They began to wildly destroy Yi Shiwen's star domain. These beasts could easily destroy a large area of the star domain with just a raise of their hand or a raise of their foot. Similarly, each of these falling stars could smash a behemoth to death. This was not only a contest of strength between the two, but also a shocking collision of both sides' martial arts knowledge. Boom! 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 Both sides used big moves and straightforward fist techniques. The fight between the two was more like a street brawl. There was no gorgeous feeling at all. Instead, all the complexity faded away, leaving only the most basic martial arts will. Even at this time, martial arts moves were not so important. Haha, it's fun, it's really fun. Yi Fan laughed, and his hair fluttered along with his laughter. It's been a long time since I've had such a good fight. Those people of the same generation in the village are not my match at all. When I fight with those old men, I can only be beaten. It's been a long time since I've had such a good fight. Yi Fan laughed loudly. Yi Shiwen also stopped with a smile. The muscles on his body trembled, and a crackling sound came from his body. Although the battle just now was not a life and death struggle, it was rare for him to use his full strength. He did not know what kind of martial arts Yi Fan had cultivated to be able to fight on par with Yi Shiwen. Although both parties were only competing with their physical bodies, Yi Fan's realm had already reached the 5th level of the Transcendence realm. Such a cultivation was probably second to none even in the 4 Great Sea regions. Unexpectedly, a random person he met on the road was so powerful. This Mount Qi was indeed the center of the entire human world. It was far more tyrannical than other places in the ancient Barrens continent. If the spiritual energy of other places in the ancient Barrens continent was more than 10 times that of the true martial domain, then the Mount Qi region was more than 10 times that of the ancient Barrens continent. The unusually rich spiritual energy made spiritual stone mines almost everywhere. There were many spiritual stone mines in many places, and almost all of them were supreme grade spiritual stone mines. Those that were lower than the supreme grade couldn't even be seen. Unfortunately, no matter how many supreme grade spiritual stone mines there were, to the experts in the Mount Qi region, they were basically useless. They basically used spiritual crystals. Even these supreme grade spiritual stone mines had too many impurities for them. There was no value in absorbing them at all. Its only value was to be used to nurture natural treasures. Hee, brother, what's your name? Yi Fan asked straightforwardly. My name is Yi Shiwen. Seeing the forthright Yi Fan, Yi Shiwen grinned and said, Yi Shiwen, you are also a disciple of the Yi family? Yi Fan suddenly asked, You can say so. Yi Shiwen nodded and said, What do you mean you can say so? If I am, I am. If I am not, I am not. Yi Fan said impatiently. For a person like him, the thing he hated the most was guessing in a roundabout way. Wasn't it better to be straightforward about everything? I haven't been recognized by the Yi family. I don't even know which branch of the Yi family I belong to. Yi Shiwen didn't hide anything and said directly, You are an illegitimate child. Yi Fan stared at Yi Shiwen and said, No, it's just that my parents abandoned me outside. I'm not an illegitimate child, Yi Shiwen said. He wasn't too wary of Yi Fan, who was straightforward, because he was very good at reading people's minds. He could still see that Yi Fan didn't have any malicious intentions. If he was facing a scheming person, perhaps he would just make up some lies to fool him. So you are back to recognize your ancestors. Yi Fan smiled and said. Originally, he had a good impression of Yi Shiwen. Now that he knew that Yi Shiwen was from the same family, he was even closer to him. As for the possibility of Yi Shiwen faking it, he didn't think about it. What kind of existence was the Yi family? How could they not have a way to determine whether someone was related to them or not? Otherwise, with the power of the Yi family, God knows how many people would want to impersonate them. Impersonating a member of the Yi family was tantamount to courting death. Any big family had a way to recognize their relatives. Even on the earth in his previous life, there was a so-called DNA test. Yes. Yi Shiwen nodded. So you are back to recognize your ancestors. I thought you were representing a branch to worship your ancestors. Yi Fan waved his hand and said, Worship my ancestors. Said Yi Shiwen, I just learned about my identity not long ago. There are many things I am not very clear about. I hope you can teach me. What do you mean teach me? It's just to worship our ancestors. Every 100 years, the Yi family will hold a huge ancestral worship event. All the scattered branches of the Yi family will also send people back. I am representing my branch to worship my ancestors. Yi Fan smiled and said with a little excitement. Under Yi Fan's introduction, Yi Shiwen finally began to understand a little. This ancestral worship was a very grand event held by the Yi family every 100 years. Chapter 1166. Under Yi Fan's introduction, Yi Shiwen finally began to understand a little. This ancestral worship was a grand event that the Yi family held once every 100 years. It was also a grand event for the main and branch families of the Yi family to gather together. It was only held once every 100 years. However, considering the lifespan of these masters, it was not much different from the ancestral worship event that was held once a year on Earth. This year, it was coincidentally the Yi family's ancestral worship that was held once every 100 years. All the members of the Yi family's branch families were rushing to the main family. However, the branch families would not send too many people. Every branch family would only send a few people at most, and the stronger ones would only send a dozen people. After all, the entire Yi family had hundreds of millions of people, including the scattered branch families, who knew how many people there were. If a branch family sent over 100 people, the main family wouldn't even have a place to stand when the time came. And Yi Fan was the representative of a mountain village, Yi family. This Yi family had been holed up in a mountain village all year round. Basically, they had degenerated into savages. Yi Fan was their only representative. Except for Yi Shiwen, there were only a few people in the Yi family who wanted to come out of the village. Except for a few people who would come out of the village for some special reasons, no one would come out of the village. Therefore, Yi Fan was the odd one out because he had always wanted to come out. He had had enough of it. He was like a bound dragon that wanted to break the chains and soar into the sky. He did not expect to meet a freak like Yi Shiwen as soon as he came out. Originally, the old man in the mountain village had always told him that there were many hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the younger generation outside. However, he never believed it. The young masters in the village, even warriors who were a few 100 years older than him, were beaten by him. In his opinion, he was almost invincible. Although he was often beaten up by the old men in the village, he did not expect to meet a freak like Yi Shiwen as soon as he came out. However, he did not expect to encounter a freak like Yi Shiwen as soon as he came out. What realm was he in? He had already entered the 5th level of the Transcendence realm. But what realm was Yi Shiwen in? He was only at the 1st level of the Transcendence realm. Yi Shiwen was basically just competing in terms of physical strength. However, It was enough to prove that Yi Shiwen was simply a freak. It was also the first time that Yi Shiwen had encountered someone whose cultivation realm was far lower than his. However, Yi Shiwen was equally matched in terms of physical strength. Therefore, he looked at Yi Shiwen in a new light. He was a powerful freak who could make people sit up and take notice of him wherever he went. However, Yi Shiwen also learned one thing from Yi Fan. That was he was not interested in the so-called ancestor worship. The reason why he went to the main house was purely to fight. The Yi family's ancestral worship, in addition to the traditional worship, also had a very important event, which was the competition between the young experts of the Yi family. Whether they were from the branch family or the main family, they could all participate. If they could perform outstandingly in this competition and defeat many people, then they would receive a lot of rewards from the Yi family's upper echelons. Therefore, regardless of whether it was the branch family or the main family, there were many young geniuses who were eager to show off their talents. Especially many of the young experts, they were all peerless geniuses from the branch families. For example, Yi Fan was already unrivaled among the young generation. He was in high spirits and full of mettle. However, Yi Fan was different from them. Some of them wanted to receive recognition from the upper echelons. Some wanted to receive rewards from the upper echelons, and some wanted to make a name for themselves. As for Yi Fan, he was purely looking for an opponent to fight. In his village, there were no opponents among the young generation. Only by going to the main family could he find a stronger expert. However, he did not expect to meet Yi Shiwen right from the start. Yi Shiwen was a little curious. Since Yi Fan claimed to be from a mountain village, would this mountain village be a little too strong? With Yi Fan's standard, even in the 4 super-oceanic regions, he could be ranked among the top. Yet he actually came from a mountain village. Could it be that the people in this mountain village were too monstrous? Yi Fan's strength was at the 5th level of the law manifestation realm. In the entire ancient Barrens continent, he could be considered an expert. Yet, there was someone in this small mountain village who could beat him to a pulp. This mountain village was extraordinary. Was it because the villages in the ancient Barrens continent were so amazing, or was it because this was the Yi family's settlement? Since you are going to the main family, why don't we go together? Haha, I haven't met a worthy opponent for a long time. I won't bully you, and I won't use my realm to suppress you. Yi Fan suggested. All right. Yi Shiwen agreed without hesitation. The battle just now made him realize that his realm barrier, which was already cracked, had cracked a little more. He was overjoyed. As expected, fighting was the best way to break through. It was rare for him to meet an opponent who could use his full strength. Speaking of which, if he didn't use his trump cards, Yi Fan's strength was only above his. Yi Shiwen could use his full strength and wasn't afraid of killing Yi Fan. Ordinary experts at the 4th level of the law manifestation realm would probably be killed by a single punch from him. There was no value in sparring at all. Coincidentally, Yi Shiwen didn't know the way. With an expert like Yi Fan leading the way, it was naturally the best. However, it wasn't until more than a month later that Yi Shiwen realized asking Yi Fan to lead the way was simply nonsense. Even Yi Fan himself didn't know where to go. Fortunately, the main family of the Yi family was a very famous place in the entire Qi Mountain region. Yi Shiwen could always smell the direction and follow the general direction. Neither of them had the intention to hurry. They had been talking and stopping along the way, discussing their experiences in martial arts. Needless to say, both of them walked the path of open and closed, so they had a lot of experience that could be used. Both of them had improved a lot, especially Yi Shiwen. The realm barrier that had begun to loosen in his body had almost been destroyed. He was only a little bit away from entering the 2nd level of the law manifestation realm. However, more than a month later, although they didn't walk very fast, they still arrived at the Yi family of Qi Mountain. A boundless mountain range was the territory of the Yi family of Qi Mountain. Countless magical birds and beasts roamed the mountains. The spiritual energy was steaming, and spiritual grasses grew on the cliffs. The stone steps leading to the top of the mountain were paved with spirit stones. Moreover, the quality of these spirit stones was unknown. They were obviously far beyond the level of top-grade spirit stones. In fact, the purity of these spirit stones was not inferior to some primary spirit dawn. Chapter 1167. There were hundreds of millions of people in the entire Yi clan. Even excluding the branch clans, there were over 100 million people living near the main clan. However, only the direct descendants of the noble main clan could live in those endless mountain ranges. Ordinary clansmen could only live in the many cities at the foot of the mountains. The surroundings of the mountains were like stars in the sky. There were many cities. Many experts of the Yi clan, the branch families, and many vassal families of the Yi clan lived in these cities. Just like Yi Fan, the disciples of the branch families who came from faraway places all had a common direction, which was the guest city. Whether it was the disciples of the branch families who came from all over the ancient Barrens continent, the guests of other forces, or the disciples with the bloodline of the Yi clan who came to acknowledge their ancestors, they all had to go to the guest city. There were millions of warriors living in this city all year round. During the centennial ancestor worship ceremony, the number of people might exceed 10 million. All in all, this was a very prosperous city. Yi Shiwen had to admit that the Yi clan was really generous. The prosperity of this city was far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. In the past, True Martial School also had the guest city, but the guest city only opened once every century. Normally, it was in a half-deserted state. It would only open when recruiting new people. Compared to the guest city, which had millions of people living in it all year round, it was a completely different concept. Just as the two of them were about to enter the guest city, they were stopped by the soldiers guarding the city. These soldiers were all disciples of the Yi clan, or the clans that had deep connections with the Yi clan. Who are you? Why have you come to the guest city? I'm the representative of the branch family. I'm here to participate in the centennial ancestor worship ceremony, said Yi Fan. He took out his proof, and the attitude of these soldiers immediately became much more polite. Although Yi Fan was only a member of the branch family, it was obvious that he had a high position in the branch family. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to represent the branch family to participate in the centennial ancestor worship ceremony. If they offended these people, these soldiers without any background would be in trouble. This brother of mine is also a disciple of our Yi clan who has been stranded outside. Now, he wants to return to the clan. Where should we go to complete the formalities? Yi Fan cupped his hands in obeisance and said. He didn't look too overbearing. Yi Shiwen had a whole new level of respect for him. He had thought that Yi Fan was an uncouth man who was obsessed with martial arts. However, it seemed that he wasn't ignorant of the ways of the world. That soldier immediately glanced at Yi Shiwen. He thought that both of them were representatives of the branch family, but he didn't expect that he would be another descendant of the Yi family. But he wasn't too surprised, because this kind of thing happened a lot every day. It was different from illegitimate children. Although illegitimate children weren't known to the public and needed to return to the clan, they often knew who their parents were. This kind of descendant was often more troublesome. Sometimes they could only determine that he was a descendant of the Yi family, but they couldn't find out which bloodline he belonged to. After all, the Yi family was too big with hundreds of millions of people. It was impossible to find out which bloodline he belonged to. I see. If you want to return to the clan, you only need to enter the city and find the returning ancestor hall. Someone will naturally come to verify your identity. As long as your identity is verified, you will naturally be recorded in the genealogy book. The soldier said very clearly. Obviously, he had said it many times in daily life and was already familiar with it. Thank you for your guidance, Yi Shiwen said and cupped his hands. We are brothers. No need to be so polite, said the soldier with a smile. After entering the city, Yi Shiwen and Yi Fan went straight to the returning ancestor hall. As the soldier said, it wasn't difficult to find. The two quickly found the location of the returning ancestor hall. Although it was not a special day, there were still many people who wanted to return to the returning ancestor hall. Some of them were old, some had white hair, and some were young children. However, although they looked very young, their eyes were obviously shining with wisdom. Their intelligence was far beyond that of ordinary people. Looking over, there were actually hundreds of people. So many people. Yi Shiwen couldn't help but exclaim, "The Yi family is so prosperous!" That's for sure. Not only in Mount Qi, but even in the entire ancient Barrens continent. Our Yi family is also famous, said Yi Fan with a smile. His words were full of pride. Yi Shiwen remained silent. His sense of belonging wasn't as strong as Yi Fan's. He just silently lined up in the line. He was about to know his origin, but his heart suddenly calmed down. After another half a day, the people in front had passed the test one after another. Some people passed the test easily, while others were found to be imposters. As for these imposters, they were quickly taken away by the Yi family's guards who appeared out of nowhere. These people are simply courting death. Yi Fan curled his lips in disdain and said, "Every year, there are always some idiots who want to impersonate our Yi family's disciples. There are even some who want to pass the test after possessing the physical bodies of our Yi family's disciples. They really don't know what's good for them." Yi Fan's words might be unintentional, but it made Yi Shiwen's heart tremble. He knew very well that he should be considered as possessing the body, and he wasn't the original. "What do you mean?" asked Yi Shiwen calmly. "No matter how they possess the body, as long as they possess the body, the compatibility between the spirit and the physical body can't reach 100%. So if they are found out, they will die. For those who dare to possess the physical bodies of our Yi family's disciples, we will never be lenient," said Yi Fan matter-of-factly. Yi Shiwen suddenly felt a little nervous. However, when he thought of the mysterious space, he immediately calmed down. No matter who wanted to examine his spirit, it was impossible to not pass through the mysterious space. In fact, when he was still in Yiyuan school, he had been investigated, but nothing was found at all, because the mysterious space had concealed everything. However, this incident had reminded Yi Shiwen that the compatibility with his body might not be a problem now, but sooner or later, it would become his biggest hidden danger. The only way to solve this hidden danger was to solve the biggest knot in his predecessor's heart, which was the mystery of his origin. Only then would it be possible for him to completely fuse with his body. Suddenly, a noise came from behind. Yi Shiwen and Lu Chuang turned around and saw a white-clothed man walking from the back of the team. He had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. He was extraordinarily handsome, and there was a somewhat arrogant smile on his face. The whole team suddenly burst into an uproar. Many people seemed to recognize the white-clothed man at once. "This is Yi Xing. It is indeed him. I have seen him from afar before. I didn't expect to see him here." "What? Yi Xing, you mean? The famous Yi Xing of Mount Qi?" "Yes, it is him. Legend has it that he is a supreme genius. He is the reincarnation of the Star Lord in heaven. He is very powerful. But why did he come to the returning ancestor hall? Does he also want to recognize his ancestors and return to the clan? Hiss! There is a rumor that Yi Xing is also the illegitimate son of a big shot in our Yi family. He was able to rise in just a few hundred years. To a large extent, it is because of the support of that big shot. He has a lot of resources and training. That's how he became outstanding. However, that is only a rumor. Now it seems that it is not a rumor. Does Yi Xing want to recognize his ancestors and return to the clan through the returning ancestor hall? But why did he come back at this time? Does he also want to amaze the world with a brilliant feat for the genius battle at the ancestral worship ceremony? Even if he is Yi Xing, it is too difficult to amaze the world with a brilliant feat at the ancestral worship ceremony. Our Yi family has countless geniuses. Many of them are famous in the ancient times. I am afraid it will be very difficult for him to amaze the world with a brilliant feat. Yi Shiwen frowned. What kind of genius is this Yi Xing? The Yi family was indeed one of the overlords that dominated the Qi mountain area. The geniuses in this family were far superior to those in the flourished Cloud Sea region. First there was Yi Fan, and then there was Yi Xing. They were all top experts who had surpassed the 5th level of the law manifestation realm. They were extremely rare among the younger generation of experts. Yi Xing was obviously not moved by the discussions around him. In other words, he did not care at all. He just strode forward, past the line, and was about to be the first to step into the returning ancestor hall. "Wait a minute." Yi Fan sneered, stepped forward, and said, "Gigolo, you cut the line." Yi Xing did not listen to what he said at all. He strode inside and did not care about Yi Fan's shouts. "How dare you cut my brother's line? Have you asked for my permission?" Yi Fan sneered and took the lead to step forward. He suddenly blasted out a punch. The terrifying fist force instantly stirred, and ripples instantly swept out. The fist force morphed into a ferocious beast that pounced towards Yi Xing. In the face of Yi Fan's violent attack, Yi Xing could not pretend that he did not see it. He felt a strong threat from the fist pressure. With a turn of his body, the power of countless stars began to appear in his hand, setting off ripples. It turned into a giant star hand and slammed down. This giant star hand contained a universe. Countless stars were annihilated and reborn in an instant. The power of rebirth and annihilation turned into a terrifying force that blasted at the fierce beasts. Boom! The fist force and the palm force collided, setting off a terrifying astral wind. Chapter 1168. Both of them retreated a few steps before coming to a stop. However, Yi Fan clearly had the upper hand in this confrontation. He had a tyrannical body, so he only needed to take a few breaths to calm down the surging blood in his body. Yi Xing's face was slightly red. He took a few breaths to suppress the surging blood in his body. "What are you doing?" Yi Xing looked at Yi Fan and Yi Shiwen coldly. "Didn't you hear, Gigolo? Did you cut the queue? What did your parents teach you? Didn't they tell you to follow the rules?" Yi Fan sneered and grinned. He didn't care about Yi Xing's reputation. On the contrary, his eyes were filled with excitement. Yi Shiwen knew that Yi Fan's obsession with martial arts was acting up again when he saw Yi Fan's eyes. On the way here, Yi Fan had repeatedly said that he wanted to beat up the geniuses of the main family and let them know who the #1 genius of the Yi family was. Yi Fan's words seemed to have hit Yi Xing's sore spot. He looked at Yi Fan and Yi Shiwen with an extremely ugly expression. All right. Yi Xing was furious. No one had ever dared to treat him like this ever since he had become famous. "What are you arguing about?" At this time, a skinny old man walked out of the returning ancestor hall. He glanced at the 3 people who were confronting each other and said impatiently, "Do you want to cause trouble in the returning ancestor hall? Don't blame me for being impolite if you dare to cause trouble." Everyone seemed to have quietened down at this time because they knew very well that the old man in front of them was the hall master of the returning ancestor hall. He definitely had a high position in the Yi family. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been sent to manage the returning ancestor hall, which was a very important department for the Yi family. However, this kind of thing would usually be done by ordinary people and wouldn't alarm the hall master of the returning ancestor hall. "Those who cut the queue get lost." The old man glanced at Yi Xing and said, "Go to the back and line up." Yi Xing's veins were bulging. He was extremely angry, but he didn't dare to lose his temper in front of the hall master of the returning ancestor hall. He could only go to the back of the line without saying a word. This was a stark contrast to his previous high-spirited appearance. "You too, come in." At this time, the hall master of the returning ancestors hall glanced at Yi Shiwen and said, "Yes." The 2 of them followed the hall master of the returning ancestral hall into the hall. At this time, the originally quiet team outside suddenly burst into an uproar. "Who is this person? To actually fight to a draw with Yi Xing, simply inconceivable. That's right. Could it be that our Yi clan actually has so many outstanding talents wandering outside? Yi Xing's face turned ashen. These words were like knives stabbing into his heart. These words were like a slap to his face. He had never put these clansmen in his eyes. However, he hadn't expected that a top expert like Yi Fan would be hidden among these people. He hated Yi Fan to the extreme. He even hated Yi Shiwen. Damn you! How dare you oppose me? Yi Xing cursed inwardly. Sooner or later, you will die without a burial. Yi Shiwen and Yi Fan walked into the hall. The entire hall seemed relatively empty. There were not many instruments, only a huge crystal ball on the table. Are both of you here to recognize your ancestors? The hall master of the returning ancestral hall looked at the two of them. These two were good seedlings. Their spirit was extremely strong, far above ordinary people. The tall and sturdy one was even at the 5th level of the law manifestation realm. No, I am a disciple of the branch family. I am just accompanying my brother here, said Yi Fan. You are from the branch family? No wonder. When the hall master of the returning ancestral hall heard that he was from the branch family, he immediately lost some interest and turned to look at Yi Shiwen. Force out a drop of blood and drip it on the crystal ball. If the crystal ball glows, it means that you are a member of the Yi clan. Otherwise, you are naturally not, said the hall master of the returning ancestral hall. Unexpectedly, it was much simpler than what Yi Shiwen had imagined. The process wasn't too complicated at all. However, because it was not very complicated, it could not be faked. Yi Shiwen was not afraid of this stage. He immediately forced out a drop of blood and dripped it on the crystal ball. Sure enough, the crystal ball instantly emitted a burst of red light, proving that Yi Shiwen was indeed of the Yi clan's bloodline. On the other side, the hall master of the returning ancestor hall looked at Yi Shiwen and nodded in satisfaction. Then, his divine sense swept over Yi Shiwen's body. He saw through Yi Shiwen in an instant. Just as he was about to go deeper into Yi Shiwen's mind, the mysterious space in the depths of Yi Shiwen's mind began to emit dazzling rays of light. It instantly blocked the divine sense. The hall master of the returning ancestral hall looked at Yi Shiwen with a stunned expression. He did not expect Yi Shiwen, a martial warrior at the 1st level of the law manifestation realm, to be able to resist the scan of his spiritual sense. He originally thought that this person should be a talent. After all, they weren't in any of the Yi family's branches. It was extremely rare for the bloodline to ascend to the law manifestation realm with their own strength. Most of the people waiting outside were only great sages. The more powerful ones were only in the transcendent realm. Among the Yi family's clansmen, they weren't even in the junior high school. As for those who could cultivate to the law manifestation realm with their own strength, there were indeed not many, not to mention that he was so young. He was not even 1,000 years old. Even in the entire Yi clan, he could be regarded as a genius. He was indeed a genius. However, although he was a little surprised, he did not intend to investigate further. Everyone had their own secrets. It was impossible for him to explore everyone's secrets. He did not find any suspicious points on Yi Shiwen. His body and soul compatibility was 100%. It seemed that he was indeed the bloodline of the Yi clan. "What is your name?" asked the hall master of the returning ancestral hall. "Yi Shiwen." "How did you know about your identity?" asked the hall master of the returning ancestral hall. "Some time ago, my adoptive father mentioned it. I only knew about it," said Yi Shiwen. "Apart from these, do you have any other clues? Do you know the names of your parents or some other clues?" asked the hall master of the returning ancestral hall. This kind of bloodline that was left outside was the most troublesome because they often had no clues at all. It was not as good as those illegitimate children. Although illegitimate children were looked down upon, at least they knew who their descendants were. It was not difficult to put them back. My father is Yi Junshan. Yi Shiwen clearly saw that when the hall master of the returning ancestral hall heard the name Yi Junshan, his hand suddenly trembled. What? Yi Junshan? Your father is Yi Junshan? The hall master of the returning ancestral hall lost his composure for a moment, but he quickly returned to calmness. Yes, Yi Junshan, said Yi Shiwen. Yes, your physique is indeed a bit similar to Yi Junshan in the past, murmured the hall master of the returning ancestral hall as if he was immersed in memories. I really didn't expect that you would be his son. This time it will be lively. Senior, do you know my father? Yi Shiwen cupped his hands and said. His mood was a little excited. The remnant soul in the depths of his soul finally became excited. I know him. How can I not know him? Said the hall master of the returning ancestral hall. No wonder you feel uneasy today and have to come out for a walk. Yi Junshan, I owe you a favor back then. I should return it to you today. The hall master of the returning ancestral hall said to the Yi family disciple next to him, record his name. Luoya City, Yi family branch in the south of the city. His father, Yi Junshan. Yi Shiwen was still a little stunned. Does this mean that I have returned to the clan? From now on, I am also a member of the Yi family in the genealogy. Just as the hall master of the returning ancestral hall finished speaking, Yi Shiwen could clearly feel that the only trace of disharmonious remnant soul in his body also disappeared in an instant. It no longer hindered the complete integration of Yi Shiwen's soul and body. It must be the spirit of the predecessor. Now that his wish was finally fulfilled, he no longer had any worries. At the same time, Yi Shiwen only felt that his eyes were brighter. Some barriers on the realm had finally disappeared. The second level of the law manifestation realm was right in front of him. As long as he found a chance to break through, he would definitely be able to enter the second level of the law manifestation realm. Kid, now you have also returned to the clan. The hall master of the returning ancestral hall looked at Yi Shiwen with some complexity and said, For others, it may be a good thing because they can enjoy the resources and martial protection of the Yi family. But for you, it may not be a good thing. But since you are his son, you should be prepared in this regard. Yi Shiwen was confused, but he still heard something. It seems that returning to the clan is not necessarily a good thing. Is there someone in the Yi family who doesn't want me to return? Senior, forgive me for asking. Where is my father now? Asked Yi Shiwen. The hall master of the returning ancestral hall suddenly looked stunned and said, He is dead. Dead. Yi Shiwen murmured. Yes, I have already expected this result. If he is not dead, he should have come to me long ago. How could there be no movement for hundreds of years? What about my mother? Yi Shiwen asked hurriedly. She died together with your father, said the hall master of the returning ancestral hall unnaturally. They are all dead. Even Yi Shiwen couldn't help but feel a sense of sadness in his heart. He couldn't erase it no matter what. He came to the ancient Baron's continent with a big goal, which was to find his biological parents. Now, the news he received was that they are all dead. Then, do I have any other relatives here? Asked Yi Shiwen. Of course. Your immediate relatives are all in the south of Luoya City. Chapter 1169. There was a commotion in the crowd when Yi Shiwen and Yi Fan came out of the returning ancestor hall. Yi Fan had become the focus of everyone's attention. The fight between him and Yi Xing had naturally become a huge halo in everyone's eyes. Yi Fan had never come out of the mountain village. No one knew how tyrannical his strength was. However, Yi Xing had long been famous in Mount Qi. He was one of the famous geniuses. Even though they had only exchanged one move, they could more or less tell that Yi Fan was probably not inferior to Yi Xing. Yi Shiwen also felt a pair of murderous gazes pouncing on his body. He looked up and saw that it was Yi Xing without a doubt. Yi Fan also sensed Yi Xing's presence. He grinned proudly and walked past Yi Xing with Yi Shiwen. Damn it, damn it, damn it! Yi Xing roared angrily. After leaving the returning ancestor hall, Yi Fan smiled and said, "He's just an illegitimate son. What's there to be arrogant about?" Although he was only a branch family disciple, Yi Fan clearly didn't put these experts from the main family in his eyes. In the Yi family, bloodline was important, but the one with the better talent, the one with the stronger strength, would have the right to speak. However, Yi Shiwen's mind did not seem to be on this. He was still thinking about the words of the returning ancestor hall's master. He still had an uncle and an uncle. These two were Yi Shiwen's only relatives. Luoya City. It was necessary to go there. At least he had to settle down. Let's go and report first. Hee, I'll take you to a place later. Yi Fan said with a smile. Yi Shiwen didn't care. Anyway, he wouldn't be able to find a place to stay for a while. Although he had returned to the Yi family, there were so many people in the Yi family. Of course, it was impossible to arrange food and accommodation for everyone. Yi Shiwen accompanied Yi Fan and went to report. 2 rooms were arranged in the city for them to stay in. During this period of time, they would be staying in the Welcome City. After settling down, Yi Fan couldn't wait to bring Yi Shiwen out. Let me tell you, I already knew that the main family has this martial essence pagoda. TSK, I wanted to test the power of the martial essence pagoda for a long time. Yi Fan said. After Yi Fan's introduction, Yi Shiwen came to know that there was a towering building in the Yi clan's Welcome City. It was the famous martial arts tower in the entire Yi clan, and even the entire Mount Qi. There were a total of 9 levels in the martial refinement tower. There were very few people who could pass through the 9 levels in so many years. It was even possible that there wasn't a single young genius in the current generation. Those who could pass through the 7 levels could be considered as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Being able to pass through the 5th level was already publicly recognized as a genius. The further one went, the more difficult it would be. Most importantly, this had nothing to do with strength. This was because anyone who entered the martial essence pagoda would automatically produce experts of the same level as them. In other words, if a Xiantian warrior entered, then the one that would appear would be a Xiantian expert. If a law manifestation realm expert entered, then the one that would appear would be a law manifestation realm expert. Moreover, the higher the level, the more people would appear. There was only 1 on the 1st level, 5 on the 2nd level, 10 on the 3rd level, 50 on the 4th level, and 100 on the 5th level. Only those who could defeat 100 experts of the same level could be called a genius. In the outside world, defeating 5 or 10 experts of the same level was already enough to be called a genius, let alone 100. Moreover, this was the lowest level of a genius. One could imagine how difficult it was. Moreover, this martial essence pagoda didn't have a strength requirement. Anyone could enter. As long as one was a member of the Yi clan and could pass through the 5th level, they would immediately attract the attention of many higher-ups and receive attention and training. Of course, those who dared to enter the martial essence pagoda were, without exception, the elites of the Yi clan. Ordinary people would only be humiliating themselves if they went. It said that if you want to amaze the Yi clan, leaving your name in the martial essence pagoda is the first step. Once you're famous, you won't have to be afraid that those arrogant geniuses from the main family won't come looking for you, Yi Fan said with a chuckle. He was a martial arts fanatic and had always been looking for a worthy opponent. Although Yi Shiwen was a decent opponent, the difference between their levels was too great. If he fought with Yi Shiwen, he would have to suppress his cultivation. Only if Yi Shiwen broke through to the 2nd level of the law manifestation realm would he be able to fight to his heart's content. Therefore, ever since he knew that Yi Shiwen was about to break through, he kept urging Yi Shiwen to break through quickly so that the 2 of them could fight freely. The Martial Essence Pagoda was the most iconic building in the guest city. It was thousands of meters tall and towered into the clouds. It was as if the sharp tip of the pagoda was going to pierce through the entire sky. The entire pagoda was iron-gray in color, as if it was made of black iron. Legend had it that this martial essence pagoda was actually a magic tool of a powerful person in the Yi clan. However, this theory was quickly refuted. The martial essence pagoda had been standing in the guest city for tens of thousands of years. Who could live for so long? When the two of them arrived, there was already a large number of people surrounding the martial essence pagoda. It was a sea of people, the third level. So fast! Someone is breaking through. The two of them suddenly had this thought. Yi Shiwen looked over. Indeed, only the third level of the martial essence pagoda was faintly glowing, proving that he had already broken through the third level. This Yi Xing is amazing. He broke through the first 2 levels effortlessly. Someone sighed. Sigh, if it were me, I wouldn't have any problem breaking through the first level. However, the second level is a different story. After all, there are 5 experts in the same realm. Unless one is a true genius, otherwise, who would dare to say that they can break through? Is it that gigolo? Yi Fan said. No wonder he's so showy. Yi Shiwen couldn't help but laugh. Yi Xing was showy. In fact, Yi Fan wasn't any better. However, the difference between Yi Xing and him was that Yi Xing wanted to be in the limelight. He wanted to be famous and enjoy the amazed gazes of the crowd. However, Yi Fan was a martial arts fanatic. Everything he did was to find a good opponent. The 10 experts on the third level obviously couldn't stop Yi Xing for too long. They soon passed through the 4th level. The number of levels one could break through had little to do with strength. It purely depended on one's combat talent. Generally speaking, the stronger one's combat talent was, the better one's cultivation technique would be. Naturally, one would be able to break through more levels. Everyone exclaimed in admiration. Yi Fan curled his lips in disdain. Yi Xing stayed on the 4th level for a little while. He crossed the 4th level and entered the 5th level. The crowd was already numb to it, especially when they found out that the challenger was the famous genius Yi Xing. They were no longer surprised. The only thing worth guessing was how many floors he would be able to clear. Many people guessed that he could break through the 6th level. Some people even guessed that he could break through the 7th level. Everyone felt that he could at least break through the 5th level even in the worst-case scenario. Sure enough, the 5th level couldn't stop Yi Xing. He went all the way to the 6th level. He didn't fail to live up to his reputation as a genius. Yi Shiwen had to admit that Yi Xing was a bit domineering. However, his strength and talent weren't just for show. Most of the geniuses were arrogant and unruly. Some of them didn't show it on their faces. However, they were extremely proud and aloof in their hearts. Yi Fan was an example of this. He had a forthright appearance. However, he wouldn't have looked at Yi Shiwen if he hadn't recognized Yi Shiwen's strength. At the end of the day, people would only associate with people who were similar to them. This was the principle of mating. However, Yi Xing obviously didn't have it easy after he entered the 6th level. There were only 100 people on the 5th level. However, there were more than 500 people on the 6th level. The difficulty wasn't as simple as increasing by 5 times. It should be said that the difficulty had increased by several times. The number of people on the 7th level had reached thousands. The number of people on the 8th level had reached 5,000. And the number of people on the 9th level had exceeded 10,000. Therefore, only a few people had managed to pass through the 9th level. Those people were all abnormal and invincible among their peers. Tens of thousands of people could kill even an ant. Not to mention, they were all experts of the same realm. Yi Xing finally passed through the 6th level after a long time. He smoothly entered the 7th level. He can't pass through the 7th level, Yi Shiwen said. Yi Fan nodded. The 6th level was already very difficult. The difficulty of the 7th and 6th levels was simply not the same. Anyone with a discerning eye could see this. It didn't take long for Yi Xing to pass through the 7th level. Yi Xing finally failed and was directly transmitted out after he had cleared half of the 7th level. However, although he failed to pass through the 7th level, Yi Xing wasn't depressed. He even had a somewhat arrogant smile on his face. The surrounding people were amazed. After all, among the hundreds of millions of people in the Yi family, there were very few who could pass through the 5th level. They had already reached the standard of a genius that the family would focus on nurturing. Moreover, he had passed through the 6th level. He had even passed through half of the 7th level. It was enough to make a name for himself. However, he quickly saw Yi Fan and Yi Shiwen in the crowd. His eyes suddenly turned gloomy. It was these two that made him make a fool of himself. He was reprimanded by the Ancestral Hall Master on the spot. However, he couldn't fight back. At this time, he looked at the two provocatively. "Tisk, what's so great about it? Watch me. It'll be strange if I don't break your record." Yi Fan sneered. He immediately walked up and entered the Martial Essence Tower. Everyone looked at Yi Fan's disappearing figure in shock. Generally speaking, if someone reached the 5th level and above, it was possible that no one would attempt the Martial Essence Tower in the next few days. This was because, under the halo of a genius, going would only be embarrassing oneself. Moreover, he directly went up. Wasn't it obvious that he wanted to teach Yi Xing a lesson? Chapter 1170. I don't believe that he will be able to pass that many levels. Yi Xing said disdainfully. So fast! He has already passed the 1st level. Someone exclaimed at this time. While everyone was shocked, Lu Chuang had easily entered the 2nd level. The 1st level didn't pose any obstacle to him at all. Yi Xing's expression didn't change because he knew very well that the traps at the beginning were nothing. He had also passed through them very easily. The real difficulty started from the 5th level. He had just passed through half of the 7th level, so he was very clear about how terrifying this Martial Essence Tower was. The difficulty of each level was several times higher than the previous one, especially the 9th level. In his opinion, it wasn't a level that anyone could pass. There were 10,000 experts of the same realm. Even geniuses like him, who were far stronger than those of the same realm, would have no chance of winning. He didn't believe that Yi Fan could be stronger than him. He has passed the 2nd level. Yi Fan passed the 2nd level easily in almost a moment. Everyone began to look forward to it. This guy dared to provoke Yi Xing, so he wasn't an idiot. He also had some skills. The 5 experts of the same realm on the 2nd level couldn't stop Yi Fan at all. Even the 3rd level couldn't stop Yi Fan for long. In just a moment, Yi Fan had already entered the 4th level. Everyone began to discuss more and more, and Yi Fan's name also began to become known by more and more people. Basically, no one would believe that he couldn't even pass the 5th level. After passing the 5th level, he would be included in the list of important people to be groomed by the family. Many disciples of the Yi family who wanted to become famous overnight would choose to come here. After Yi Fan passed the 4th level easily, Yi Xing's expression changed slightly. At this time, how could he not see that even if Yi Fan wasn't as good as him, he was afraid that he wouldn't be far behind? Damn it! Where did this guy come from? Yi Xing stared coldly at Yi Shiwen. In his opinion, since Yi Fan had come together with Yi Shiwen to acknowledge the ancestors, he was either an illegitimate child or a descendant who had wandered outside. No matter which one it was, he believed that it was impossible. This was because no matter how talented a person was, without sufficient resources, it was impossible for them to rise. This was determined by resources. As the saying goes, earth, dharma, and wealth are all indispensable, and the word wealth refers to all kinds of resources. The reason why he could rise to fame and suppress many geniuses as an illegitimate son was largely because his father was an important figure in the Yi clan and had secretly given him a lot of resources. However, it was clearly impossible for these two to have such good conditions. How could they have come this far just by relying on talent? How strong was his innate talent? He did not believe that such a person existed at all. Otherwise, he would have banged his head against the wall and killed himself. The fourth floor couldn't stop Yi Fan for long. He quickly passed through it and entered the fifth floor. In the entire Martial Essence Tower, the fifth floor was a watershed. Those below the fifth floor weren't worth mentioning. No one would care about them. However, those who could reach the fifth floor would receive the attention of the higher-ups. Yi Xing, I heard that you also passed through the sixth floor. A voice came from the crowd. It was a man in a luxurious robe. He wore a dark green robe with gold embroidered on it, and a dark blue belt with a golden spider pattern was tied around his waist. His hair was like the wind, and he had a pair of eyes that were like ancient ponds. His figure was tall, and he was cultured, elegant, and full of heroic bearing. However, there was a hint of sneer in his eyes as he looked at Yi Xing. Yi Chenglong. Yi Xing's face suddenly turned cold. In fact, his eyes were even colder than when he looked at Yi Shiwen and Yi Fan. You are a bit more outstanding than I thought. However, it's a pity that you still can't pass through the seventh floor. Yi Chenglong sneered and said, I heard that someone passed through the seventh floor today, so I came to take a look. Now, it seems that there is no need for me to come here. I will definitely pass through the seventh floor after some time. Yi Xing gritted his teeth and said, You just have more resources than me. Now that I have returned to the clan, I will be nurtured and valued by the higher-ups of the clan. I won't be any worse than you. You want to compete with me? You are delusional. Do you think your father would have allowed you to come back if there had not been an accident? Don't joke around, okay? Yi Chenglong burst into laughter. Are you two done quarreling? At this time, an ice-cold voice came from the crowd. Everyone looked over. It was another outstanding young man. He wore azure-colored silk clothes, and a black-colored belt with lightning patterns was tied around his waist. He had snow-white hair, a pair of deep and icy cold phoenix eyes, and a stalwart figure. Only his temperament was icy cold, cold like an ice sculpture, and it caused others to shudder with fear when they looked at him. What day is it today? These mysterious geniuses have appeared one after another. First, it was Yi Xing who passed the sixth floor and made a name for himself. Then, another person dared to provoke Yi Xing. Then, it was Yi Chenglong and Yi Shui. These two rare geniuses actually appeared here. Could it be that they are going to challenge the tower again today? Although the Martial Essence Tower had nothing to do with one's strength, it didn't mean that one's strength would be fixed after one test. If one wanted to pass through more levels, it would be possible if one cultivated a peerless divine technique or if one had outstanding aptitude. If one was constantly cultivating, one might have a fortuitous encounter that would cause one's strength to soar. Cultivating a peerless divine technique would allow one to advance by leaps and bounds. Under such circumstances, one would be able to go further in the Martial Essence Tower. There were only a few martial artists in history who had entered the ninth floor of the Martial Essence Tower. None of them were able to enter the ninth floor on their first attempt. They had also slowly entered the ninth floor step by step. As their strength increased, they would receive more and more attention from the higher-ups. The martial arts they cultivated would become more and more powerful. Their understanding of martial arts would also become more and more profound. The weapons in their hands would also become more and more powerful. Naturally, their results would be different. Of course, this didn't mean that there were only a few people in the Yi clan who could pass the ninth floor of the Martial Essence Tower. If the older generation was included, then there would be too many people who could pass the ninth floor of the Martial Essence Tower. It was just that everyone had tacitly agreed that this was a place for the younger generation to make a name for themselves. The older ones wouldn't usually join in the fun. These people didn't have much lifespan left. They would seclude themselves all year round in order to seek the path of immortality. They would strive to step onto the path of immortality when their lifespan was about to end. You don't even know this. These people have been wandering outside all year round and exploring all kinds of ruins. The reason why they are back now is to amaze the world at the ancestral worshipping ceremony and gain the favor of the higher-ups. That's right. Every time the ancestral worshipping ceremony is held, these Heaven's Pride experts are always in the limelight. As soon as Yi Shui's voice fell, she saw that Yi Fan had already passed the 5th floor and was heading towards the 6th floor. Yi Xing's complexion turned slightly ugly. Yi Fan had passed the 5th floor in a shorter time than him. Didn't this mean that he was inferior to Yi Fan? How could he admit defeat when they were in the same realm? After entering the 6th floor, Yi Fan's speed had obviously slowed down. However, he was still much faster than Yi Xing. Yi Shiwen took the time to look at these people. These people were the best of the Yi clan. Any one of them was not inferior to Zheng Bai, Changzi, and the others. The Yi clan's foundation was deep and profound. It was simply unimaginable. However, the 6th floor couldn't stop Yi Fan's footsteps. He still entered the 7th floor. Originally, when Yi Fan entered the 5th and 6th floors, Yi Xing and the others didn't have any reaction. However, after Yi Fan entered the 6th floor, their complexion changed slightly. After entering the 7th floor, regardless of whether he could pass or not, it meant that he had the ability to be on equal footing with them. It was completely different from before. Hee, am I late? Another mischievous voice rang out. A silhouette appeared in front of Yi Shui. It was a young man. He wore a sky-blue embroidered gown with a dark purple leather belt tied around his waist. He had long black hair, a pair of bright eyes, and a faint smile on his face. He was a powerful young expert who was not inferior to these people. Although he hid his aura well, Yi Shiwen could still sense that he had entered the 5th level of the Law Phase realm. Another one, Yi Feng. The geniuses of the main family have actually gathered here. What kind of occasion is it today? Who is this person? Can he pass the 7th floor? Yi Feng asked with a smile. I don't know, but he shouldn't be from our main family. Yi Chenglong replied. Yi Feng squinted his eyes and smiled. He said indifferently, These years, there have been many geniuses in the branch family. It's not strange to have a few that I don't know. Every time I come back, I find a few people that I don't know rising. There were too many people in the Yi clan. There were hundreds of millions of people. Although the Yi clan's geniuses standard was extremely harsh, there were always many people who could rise after a period of time. Where have you been all this time? Yi Shui suddenly asked. Yi Qianqian is back. Yi Feng squinted his eyes and said. Yi Shiwen didn't care. But when he heard the 3 words Yi Qianqian, he suddenly became spirited. Yi Qianqian had already left before he came out of closed-door training. He thought that he might not see Qianqian for a long time, but he didn't expect to hear news of Yi Qianqian here. When she was outside, she was kidnapped and almost had her chastity taken away. Now that she has escaped, how can she not take revenge? Especially that person. You also know how worried he is about Yi Qianqian. He immediately flew into a rage and sent people to slaughter everyone in the Sky Thunder Sea region. Yi Feng said with a smile, as if he was talking about the good weather today. Chapter 1171. Is Yi Qianqian also a member of the Yi clan? Yes, from the first time he saw Yi Qianqian, he could tell that she was not an ordinary person. Whether it was her actions or what she had learned, they were far beyond the average person. It was just that he had never thought about it that way. It seemed that Yi Qianqian was not only a member of the Yi clan, but more importantly, she was an important figure in the Yi clan. After hearing this, the few of them did not put the Sky Thunder Sea region in their eyes. They had never heard of the Sky Thunder Sea region. Since they had never heard of it, it was naturally not a big power. In the Endless Sea region, only a few super sea regions could make these arrogant geniuses slightly raise their eyebrows. No wonder I haven't seen her all these years. I thought she was trapped in some ruins. The people of the Sky Thunder Sea region are really bold. They even dared to detain a member of the Yi clan. They are courting death. Yi Shui said expressionlessly. Hee, I think they don't know either. If they knew that it was our Yi clan's goddess, they would not dare to make a move. However, This also reminded me that no matter how good one's martial arts is, they will still be afraid of a kitchen knife. No matter how good one's martial arts is, they will still be knocked down by a brick. If we run to a place where no one knows us, we will be thrown into the river with a sack. Yi Feng said indifferently. The few of them looked at Yi Feng helplessly. With their status, who would dare to sneak up on them? With their strength, who would dare to sneak up on them? Isn't this nonsense? He passed the 7th floor. While the crowd was talking, Yi Fan had already passed the 7th floor and was heading towards the 8th floor. At this time, Yi Xing's expression was abnormally ugly. He did not pass the 7th floor, but Yi Fan passed the 7th floor. It was obvious who was superior. Although this did not represent the strength of both sides in a real fight, after all, some people's martial arts were good at group battles while others were not. However, it was enough to prove some things. Yi Fan, who had passed the 7th floor, had obviously done his best. After passing the 8th floor for a short while, he was sent out. But even so, the crowd was already very surprised. In this generation of the Yi clan, those who could pass through the 6th level were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns, let alone the 7th and 8th level. Up until now, no one had ever passed through the 9th level. Haha, awesome. Yi Fan laughed out loud. This is too satisfying. Looks like I have to come here every day to fight. Hearing Yi Fan's words, everyone was speechless. Did he think this was a training ground? Come here every day. Do you still want others to live? Yi Fan strode over to Yi Xing and said, Pretty boy, how is it? Am I stronger than you? Yi Xing's face darkened, but Yi Chenglong ignored Yi Xing's embarrassment and said, What's your name? Someone from the branch family? Yes, my name is Yi Fan, and this is my brother Yi Shiwen. Yi Fan nodded and said, Yi Fan, Yi Shiwen. These people remembered these two names. Of course, Yi Fan was the main character. As for Yi Shiwen, he was probably just a supporting character. Haha, I've already broken through. It's up to you now. TSK, this is quite interesting. Yi Fan looked at Yi Shiwen and said, All right, then wait for me. Yi Shiwen didn't act pretentiously. He immediately turned around and walked towards the Martial Essence Tower. Under everyone's gaze, Yi Shiwen entered the Martial Essence Tower. When he stepped into the Martial Essence Tower, a warrior at the 1st level of the Law Phase realm appeared in front of him. Without any words, he immediately launched an attack at Yi Shiwen. In an instant, he blasted out a dazzling martial art, almost as if he was going to explode. Yi Shiwen didn't even look at it. A ball of flame appeared in his hand and instantly turned into a sharp, long saber. He slashed down with the saber. Puff! This warrior was chopped into pieces on the spot. However, there was no scene of blood splattering in all directions. This was because these warriors were all transformed from energy. So, they quickly turned into a mass of energy after being chopped by Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen went straight to the 2nd floor without any hesitation. However, he didn't know that the outside world was already shocked by his speed. Such a fast speed. It's even faster than Yi Fan and Yi Xing just now. In such a short period of time, he only used one move and killed an expert of the same realm as him in one move. This person is so powerful, someone exclaimed. Even Yi Shui and the others couldn't help but be slightly moved. Although Yi Shiwen was only at the 1st level of the Law Phase realm and they didn't care about him, the speed of breaking through the Martial Essence Tower didn't depend on strength, but on one's own means. The speed of him passing through the 1st floor is about to break the record. Yi Shiwen naturally didn't know that the outside world was in an uproar because of his speed of passing through the 1st floor. At this time, he had already entered the 2nd floor. Just like before, there were also warriors at the 1st level of the Law Phase realm on the 2nd floor, but there were only 5 of them. Yi Shiwen didn't deliberately pursue speed. He just flashed and rushed into the group of 5 people. In a flash of saber light, the 5 people were completely killed by him. For Yi Shiwen, even masters at the 3rd or 4th level of the Law Phase realm weren't enough for him. let alone these people at the first level of the law phase realm. In fact, this itself was a test for those geniuses. For ordinary people, it was already very difficult to defeat an opponent of the same level. Only geniuses had strength that far exceeded their own realm. Those who could achieve a one-move kill were even more pitiful. The second floor couldn't stop Yi Shiwen's advancement at all. He quickly entered the third floor. In terms of speed, he was even faster than Yi Fan. Yi Fan's moves were wide and wide. Although it was extremely powerful, it was actually not suitable for group battles. Although he was far faster than Yi Xing, it was obviously not on the same level as Yi Shiwen's speed. The 10 people on the third floor weren't Yi Shiwen's match at all. They didn't last long and fell under Yi Shiwen's saber light. Yi Shiwen didn't care about these warriors who could be killed with one slash. Unless their numbers reached the level of the 8th or 9th floor, then they would be a threat to him. Otherwise, he didn't care at all. The 50 people on the 4th floor only made Yi Shiwen spend a little more effort. However, after reaching the 5th floor, Yi Shiwen discovered that not only did the number of people double, but more importantly, the individual strength of these warriors had increased significantly. If the strength of the warriors on the first 4 floors was only considered to be below the average strength of the first level of the law phase realm, then after reaching the 5th floor, they had reached the average strength of the first level of the law phase realm. The difficulty was not the same as before. However, for Yi Shiwen, it wasn't a problem at all. When he was in the Heaven's Retribution, he faced scenes that were far crueler than this. For him, these were not a problem at all. For others, perhaps group battles were the best test of a person's combat strength. However, for Yi Shiwen, it was not a problem at all. The 5th floor only stopped him for a moment before he passed through it and successfully entered the 6th floor. Oh my God, what's going on today? Why did so many geniuses choose to enter the Martial Essence Tower on the same day? And they all passed the 5th floor so easily. After Yi Shiwen had passed the 5th level, the crowd around the Martial Essence Tower was in an uproar as they started to discuss among themselves. Amazing! Among the 3 of them, Yi Shiwen's speed is the fastest. Did you guys notice? He almost broke the record of the fastest person to pass through every floor. Oh my God, did he really kill them with one slash? How can he be so strong? At this moment, someone exclaimed, if Yi Shiwen had only passed the 5th floor, it wouldn't be a big deal. Today, there was Yi Xing and then Yi Fan. Everyone was a little numb, but Yi Shiwen was stronger than them. That was because Yi Shiwen's speed was extremely fast. Every time he passed a floor, his speed would break all the records of that floor. Passing the floors wasn't scary. What was scary was the speed at which he passed the floors, as if he didn't stop at all. Don't tell me he didn't even pant when he passed the floors. He passed them in one breath. Someone's words echoed everyone's thoughts. Indeed, although he could pass through the energy warriors, he had to eliminate all these warriors in order to enter the next floor. After breaking through the 5th layer, Yi Shiwen entered the 6th layer. Compared to the 5th layer, the 500 experts of the 6th layer were obviously much more powerful. Moreover, these experts had begun to learn how to arrange Jin method and use the power of Zhen method to contain and consume Yi Shiwen's strength. However, it could only slow down Yi Shiwen's footsteps a little. Soon, Yi Shiwen's flaming blade technique broke the large formation. Without the large formation, these warriors were equivalent to losing their protective talismans. They couldn't resist Yi Shiwen's offensive at all. In just a moment, they were all beheaded. Yi Shiwen was delayed for a moment, but even so, he still easily broke the record of the 6th floor. At the entrance of the 6th floor to the 7th floor, there was a huge stone tablet. Anyone who could pass the 6th floor could leave their name on it. This was where the 6th floor was different from the previous floors. People who couldn't even pass the 6th floor weren't qualified to leave their names on it. Yi Shiwen saw Yi Xing's name on it. It had just been carved. However, he didn't look at it and went to the 7th floor. His limit was definitely not the 6th floor. Chapter 1172. I heard that someone passed the 7th floor. More and more people gathered around the martial essence tower. Most of them were here because of the commotion caused by Yi Fan passing the 7th floor. You guys are too late. The one who passed the 7th floor is called Yi Fan. It's over now. The one who is still doing it is called Yi Shiwen. He's even stronger than the previous one. He broke the record for each floor. No way. Everyone was stunned. These records had been broken by countless young geniuses over countless years. The records of each level could be said to have reached the limit. In the recent tens of thousands of years, there was no one who could break these records, let alone break the records of each level. For them, this was no different from a fantasy story. It was simply impossible. That's right. Look, haven't those records been broken? Damn, where did this Yi Shiwen come from? He's so powerful. With his strength, I'm afraid he'll be in the limelight in this ancestral worship ceremony. He won't just be one of the geniuses, we know. I don't think so. Although this person is powerful in terms of realm, he's only at the 1st level of the law phase realm. Although he should be able to surpass his realm, the current geniuses are all at the 4th or 5th level of the law phase realm. If he wants to stand out, he'll have to wait until the next ancestral worship ceremony. Stand out? He made it to the 7th floor. Isn't that considered standing out? I'm afraid the higher-ups will be shocked and list him as a key candidate to be nurtured. Yi Fan and the others had different expressions as they faced Yi Shiwen, who made it to the 7th floor. Yi Fan grinned. He knew Yi Shiwen's strength very well. Even the 7th level might not be his limit. He was able to fight against someone at the 4th level of the Transcendence realm at the 1st level of the Transcendence realm. How could he be stopped by the first few levels? Yi Xing's expression turned ugly. First, it was Yi Fan. Now, even Yi Shiwen could make it to the 6th floor. Now, Yi Shiwen was making it to the 7th floor. During this time, the branch family has produced quite a number of powerful newcomers. Yi Feng squinted his eyes and said with a smile. Yi Chenglong's expression was uncertain. No one knew what he was thinking. However, Yi Shue's expression remained unchanged. She was exceptionally cold. It seems that our Yi family is going to produce another powerful figure. Everyone suddenly began to discuss about Yi Shiwen, who had rushed to the 7th floor. What level do you think he can reach? At this rate, the 7th level shouldn't be a problem for him. I just received news that he has just acknowledged his ancestors and is not originally a member of our Yi family. You just acknowledged your ancestors? Amazing! We were born in the Yi family. No matter if it's the main family or the branch family, it's much better than those people who are wandering outside. He can actually pass so many levels in a row, it can be seen that his talent is indeed very strong. Everyone was naturally shocked when they heard that Yi Shiwen had just returned to the clan. Yi family was such a colossus. Even if it was a branch family, the resources that could be enjoyed were far beyond the imagination of outsiders. Even though Yi Xing was a well-known illegitimate child, everyone knew that in private there were a lot of resources given to him by influential figures. In fact, he enjoyed no less than the children of the main family. Who was this person? How could he be so powerful? Yi Shiwen didn't know that the outside world was in a complete uproar because of his matter. He could only remain calm. After reaching the 7th floor, the number of warriors inside had soared to thousands. Moreover, the strength of the warriors inside had improved a lot compared to the 6th floor, although they hadn't reached the peak. But in fact, there wasn't much difference. The difficulty was many times more tyrannical than the 6th floor. This time, it was obviously not as easy for Yi Shiwen to deal with it as before. Yi Shiwen used the saber in his left hand and the sword in his right. The saber and sword combination was like a human tank rolling over. Wherever he passed, the warriors at the 1st level of the law manifestation realm retreated. Compared to the experts of the 6th floor, the experts of the 7th floor could quickly reorganize their formation even if their formation had been destroyed. It was simply incomparable to the previous one. They weren't like the experts of the 6th floor who had been formed from energy. After their formation had been destroyed by Yi Shiwen, they had completely lost their formation. They weren't Yi Shiwen's opponent. This was also the most difficult place to deal with. Puchi, Puchi, Puchi. Every slash of Yi Shiwen's saber and sword could directly kill a warrior at the first level of the law manifestation realm. His speed was extremely fast. He turned into a golden light, and wherever the golden light passed, energy warriors exploded on the spot. These warriors at the first level of the law manifestation realm were not a match for Yi Shiwen at all. As early as when Yi Shiwen was still at the half-step law manifestation realm, he could already kill these warriors at the first level of the law manifestation realm. The only thing that could pose a threat to him was the number of warriors. However, for ordinary people, thousands of people were enough to pose a fatal threat to them. Even a tyrannical person like Yi Fan could barely pass the 7th floor. However, for Yi Shiwen, who had been fighting against heaven's retribution all year round, this number was really nothing. He had even fought against an expedition army of hundreds of thousands. Although there was some suspicion of cheating, it was undeniable that these people could not cause any trouble for him. The team of thousands of people was quickly killed by Yi Shiwen. He did not stay on the 7th floor for long and directly stepped into the 8th floor. He passed the 7th floor. Someone was the first to notice Yi Shiwen passing the 7th floor and immediately shouted, "He set a new record. He's so strong. I didn't expect him to pass the 7th floor so easily and even set a new record." Countless people were exclaiming in admiration for Yi Shiwen. Yi Xing's complexion had turned extremely ugly at this time. He had wanted to use the martial essence tower to make a name for himself in the Yi clan. He wanted to lay a good foundation for his smooth return. Who knew that Yi Fan would break his record so easily? With all his previous efforts and Yi Fan's record of passing the 7th floor, who would care about him, who only passed the 6th floor? Who knew that just Yi Fan was not enough? There was also Yi Shiwen. Not only did he easily pass the 7th floor, but most importantly, he kept setting new records. He set a new record for the fastest time to pass each floor. This kind of record was simply unprecedented. The record of the Martial Refinement Tower had been established after countless years and countless people. It could be said to be the result of the blood, sweat, and tears of the geniuses of the Yi clan. It wasn't an easy task to break the record of the fastest time to pass any level, not to mention breaking the record wherever one went. He was simply a bug. If the Martial Essence Tower was not infallible, they would even suspect that there was a statistical problem with the Martial Essence Tower. Otherwise, how could Yi Shiwen advance at such a fast speed? It was simply unimaginable. Originally, some people were not very optimistic about Yi Shiwen. They felt that it was already not easy for him to pass the 7th floor. In fact, it was very likely that he would stop at the 7th floor. However, seeing that the 7th floor did not seem to be able to stop him for long and even set a new record, they immediately raised their expectations of him. On the 8th floor, Yi Shiwen finally encountered trouble. Almost all of the energy warriors on the 8th floor had reached the peak of the first level of the Transcendence Realm. Moreover, they were adept at using formations. They were far more difficult to deal with than those on the 7th floor. 5,000 energy warriors rushed towards Yi Shiwen in an overwhelming manner. There was no gap at all. Moreover, they did not appear alone. Instead, they appeared in the form of a formation. Any one of them attacking was equivalent to borrowing the strength of several people. When these warriors formed multiple generays and rushed towards Yi Shiwen to kill him, Yi Shiwen was somewhat flustered. They didn't have the slightest fear of death because they were pure energy bodies. In fact, they weren't afraid of death at all. After Yi Shiwen killed a wave of them, a new wave would immediately fill in the gap. Yi Shiwen was still trapped in the 8th floor, even with his strength. This was the biggest difference between the energy warriors on the 8th floor and the previous floors. These energy warriors on the 8th floor knew how to make use of all the conditions that they could. Although they were only warriors at the first level of the Transcendence realm, when there were so many of them, Yi Shiwen had no way to deal with them for a while. No wonder Yi Fan had been trapped in the 8th floor and could not pass. This was because a cultivator like him, who fought fiercely, feared these formations the most. This was especially so when the cultivators who formed the formations were not afraid of death. They could definitely use the formations and the power of heaven and earth to exhaust you to death. He is also trapped on the 8th floor. This 8th floor is really a threshold. Those who can pass are few and far between. The people outside could not see the situation inside, but they could judge that Yi Shiwen's progress was stuck. Obviously, he did not have the previous brave advancement. Yi Fan's face also became slightly nervous because he was defeated on the 8th floor just now. Therefore, he was very clear that the most terrifying thing about the 8th floor was the energy warriors who formed formations and besieged him without fear of death. They were afraid that Yi Shiwen would also fall here. Everyone's eyes were locked on the 8th floor that was hundreds of feet high. Although it was already a few thousand meters away, with the vision of the warriors present, it was not a problem at all. The 8th floor, he passed the 8th floor. He passed the 8th floor. A sharp-eyed person was the first to discover and shouted. Suddenly, the entire crowd was in a mess. Chapter 1173. Although breaking through the 7th floor was surprising, it wasn't rare because many people had broken through the 7th floor. However, breaking through the 8th floor was completely different. Even in the past few hundred years, only a few people had broken through the 8th floor. Moreover, Yi Shiwen was the first person to break through the 8th floor on his first try. Many people tried several times before finally passing through the 8th level. Naturally, there was a huge difference between this and the 8th level. Most importantly, Yi Shiwen had broken the record of breaking through the 8th floor once. He was faster than the fastest person by almost half. At this moment, everyone started to look forward to the 9th floor. If it was said that those who could pass through the 8th floor were few and far between in the past hundreds of years, then those who could pass through the 9th floor were truly few and far between in the past tens of thousands of years. Every person who had broken through the 9th floor had left a deep mark in the history of the Yi clan and eventually became a famous big shot in the Yi clan. Would this Yi Shiwen become the next person to pass through the 9th floor? Because no one had been able to pass through the 9th floor for a long time. Those young Heaven's Pride experts who had passed through the 8th floor had tried, but in the end, they had all failed miserably in the 9th floor. They had no way to pass through. However, what disappointed them was that Yi Shiwen didn't try to break through the 9th floor after breaking through the 8th floor. Instead, he directly teleported out of the Martial Essence Tower. Is he Yi Shiwen? He's so young. He doesn't look very old. It's a pity that he's not strong enough. Otherwise, there would be another genius who would shine in this ancestral worship ceremony. It's a pity that he didn't try to break through the 9th floor. I don't know if he retreated because of the difficulty, or if he simply wasn't confident. In any case, the more geniuses there are, the more prosperous our Yi clan will be, right? I think his name will soon spread throughout the Yi clan. After all, there aren't many people who can break through the 8th floor. As soon as he came out, he felt countless eyes staring at him as if they were looking at an extraordinary monster. However, he didn't care. When he decided to break through the Martial Essence Tower, he was already prepared. For others, the Martial Essence Tower was very difficult to break through, but it was completely different for him. He had a much easier time in the Martial Essence Tower since he could break through 3 levels in a row. The warriors at the first level of the Transcendence realm were not a problem for him. However, he didn't try to break through the 9th floor. Although he hadn't seen it, yet he could more or less speculate the difficulty of the 9th floor based on the difficulty of the 8th floor. There were tens of thousands of people. Even with Yi Shiwen's strength, he wasn't very confident. He was very clear about the significance of the Martial Essence Tower. After passing through the 5th level, he would be able to obtain the Yi family's vigorous training. After passing through the 7th level, it would even alarm the Yi family's higher-ups. After passing through the 8th level, it was very rare for someone to pass through the 8th level. However, if he passed through the 9th level, then it would not only alarm the Yi family's higher-ups, but perhaps the entire Qishan region would also be shaken. Yi Shiwen didn't want to be so high-profile. Yi Shiwen understood the meaning behind the words of the Hall Master of the returning Ancestral Hall. He was afraid that not everyone in the Yi clan wanted him to return. Moreover, the death of his parents was also very strange. So he had no choice but to be careful about these things. In the flourished Cloud Sea region, his strength was indeed enough. However, in this Qi Mountain region, especially in the Yi family, one of the overlords of Qi Mountain, his strength was simply not enough. In this vast area, who knew how many old monsters that surpassed the Transcendence realm were hidden? They were living fossils that were comprehending the mysteries of longevity. Any one of them was enough to take him down. Therefore, he didn't dare to take the risk. If he knew in advance that there would be such a scene, he might not choose to return to the Ancestral Hall. In other words, he would wait until he was stronger before returning to the Ancestral Hall. However, it was too late now. The news of his return had probably spread. Those who might be hostile to him already knew. If he didn't want to be erased silently, he must strengthen his sense of existence. This was also the fundamental reason why he chose Chongdang Martial Tower. Reaching the 8th floor was enough to attract the attention of the higher-ups. From the words of the Ancestral Hall Master, it was not difficult for Yi Shiwen to analyze that among the higher-ups, there were many who were hostile to him or his family, but not all of them. If he was just a mediocre person, then those hostile people would probably erase him without any scruples. However, if he was a dazzling genius, then everything would be fundamentally reversed. Even they had to think carefully about erasing a genius. Any major force wanted to establish a foothold and develop. The cultivation and protection of talents were the top priority. To put it simply, he had come to the Martial Refinement Tower purely to protect himself. He wanted to survive. It was such a simple purpose. Fortunately, he knew his place and didn't attempt the 9th floor. Otherwise, he would have died a horrible death. Yi Xing looked at Yi Shiwen coldly and said, "What did you say? Gigolo, I remember that you didn't even pass the 7th floor. What qualifications do you have to talk nonsense?" Yi Fan turned his head and said without any trace of politeness. Yi Xing's face turned ugly. Although his strength was more tyrannical than Yi Shiwen's, failing to pass the 7th floor was definitely a humiliation that he would never be able to erase. In many people's opinion, it was already very good to be able to pass the 6th floor. In fact, he was originally a little proud of himself. However, after the rise of Yi Fan and Yi Shiwen, his results became a laughingstock. He became a stepping stone for these two people. He also became a laughingstock for others during their leisure time. Just wait and see. When the time comes during the ancestral worship ceremony, you will be in for a good time. Yi Xing stared coldly at the two of them. After he finished speaking, he immediately turned around and left without looking back. What happened today was too much for him. Revenge, he wanted revenge. After Yi Xing left, Yi Chenglong looked at the two of them with a complicated expression. Although one of them had passed the 7th floor and the other had passed the 8th floor, he didn't seem to take them seriously. Although he wasn't on good terms with Yi Xing, a friend of a friend was not a friend. However, if these two people joined them, the competition would undoubtedly increase. Not to mention, it would also dilute the benefits distributed by the higher-ups. The cake was already so big, and now it was going to be divided between two people. It would be strange if they could see eye to eye. However, he didn't speak rudely like Yi Xing. He just looked at the two people coldly and then turned around and left. "Hee, my name is Yi Feng. You too, let's be friends." Yi Feng said to the two people with a smile, "Be friends with me? It's very simple. Fight with me first." Yi Fan laughed and said he was in a good mood. He had successfully passed the 7th floor. Although it wasn't as good as Yi Shiwen's 8th floor, his reputation would soon spread. When that time came, he wouldn't have to worry about not having a fight. Ah, another battle maniac. Boring, boring. Yi Feng quickly shook his head and said he could imagine that if he became friends with Yi Fan, he would probably fight with him every day. Thinking of this, he shuddered a little and immediately turned around to leave. Only Yi Shui was left on the scene. His entire body was cold like an ice sculpture. Everyone subconsciously stayed away from him. You are quite interesting. We will have the opportunity to fight in the future. Yi Shui glanced at Yi Shiwen and said it was as if she had completely ignored Yi Fan, who was next to Yi Shiwen. Perhaps in her eyes, only Yi Shiwen, who had passed the 8th level, was worthy of being her opponent. Of course, that was her opponent in the future. Right now, she was only at the 1st level of the Transcendence Realm. After saying that, Yi Shui's figure disappeared without a trace in the snowstorm. What are you being arrogant for? Yi Fan was a little indignant. It seems that only passing the 7th floor has no human rights. Only passing the 8th floor will people care. Yi Fan looked at Yi Shiwen with a hidden bitterness in his eyes. Yi Shiwen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Although those who had passed through the 7th floor were not as important as those who had passed through the 8th floor, wasn't it nonsense to say that those who had passed through the 7th floor had no human rights? You will have a good fight. The news that you passed the 7th floor will soon spread. When that time comes, you won't have to worry about not having a fight. Yi Shiwen said with a laugh. That's true. Yi Fan touched his head and said with a smile, just as Yi Shiwen had expected. Today's matter had quickly spread throughout the Yi clan. Originally, there weren't many people who could pass through the 5th floor of the Martial Essence Tower. It was possible that no one could pass through the 5th floor for several years, or even decades. However, today, 3 people had passed through the 5th floor one after another. Moreover, each of them was more powerful than the previous one. The first one was Yi Xing. He passed the 6th floor in a very short period of time. Although he failed at the 7th floor, he was still very powerful. If it was in normal times, he would have already become the focus of everyone. However, there were 2 people who were even more powerful than him. Yi Fan, who passed the 7th floor, and Yi Shiwen, who passed the 8th floor, almost instantly became the topic of everyone's discussion. Especially Yi Shiwen, who had broken through the 8th layer, had become famous overnight in the entire Yi family. After all, there were only a few experts of the younger generation who had broken through the 8th layer in the past hundreds of years. So, how could they not pay attention to one more expert who had suddenly broken through? Soon, more information about Yi Shiwen was dug out. Not only was he not from the main family, but he was also not even a branch family. He had just returned from the outside to acknowledge his ancestors. Once this matter was exposed, it quickly caused a sensation. Chapter 1174. Yi Shiwen, who came from an outsider bloodline, shouldn't have any of the resources needed for cultivation. Under such circumstances, he actually had such achievements. This was the most unbelievable thing to them. If it were them, it would be impossible for them to do so. Because of these various reasons, Yi Shiwen suddenly began to become famous in the Yi family, especially among the experts of the younger generation. Gradually, he began to become famous. Many people began to know that the Yi family had produced several geniuses, among which the most outstanding one was called Yi Shiwen. However, this was only limited to the circle of some experts of the younger generation. After all, Yi Shiwen had only been famous for a short period of time. Just like many celebrities in the previous life, many people might have only heard of their names, but that was all. Because, essentially speaking, the gap between them and Yi Shiwen was too far. Only the experts of the younger generation would pay attention to Yi Shiwen. Many of them didn't even know what Yi Shiwen looked like. Therefore, Yi Shiwen had become famous at present. However, his fame was still limited to a relatively small range. As for the experts of the older generation, they didn't care about the rise of these experts of the younger generation. They only cared about one thing, longevity. However, compared to Yi Shiwen's fame, Yi Fan became famous faster. He was a member of the Yi family's branch family. In terms of identity, it was easier to accept him than Yi Shiwen. Most importantly, although Yi Shiwen passed the 8th floor, everyone knew that his strength was only at the first level of the law manifestation realm. The number of floors one could pass in the martial essence tower had nothing to do with one's strength. It only proved that one's talent was good enough. Therefore, many people were still in a wait-and-see state. However, Yi Fan was different. He passed the 7th floor, and his strength was extremely strong. In the past few days, many famous young experts of the Yi family had come to find him. Although there were no top geniuses like Yi Shui, Yi Chenglong, Yi Feng, and the others, there were still a few young experts with strong forces. However, although these people were strong, how could they be a match for Yi Fan? Within a few days, 8 famous young experts were beaten to the ground by Yi Fan. It was unknown how many young experts there were who were not famous. Yi Fan did not reject any of them. Although these people were far from being his match, he was a martial arts fanatic. In a situation where he did not have an opponent of the same level to spar with, these people could only be considered barely passable. As he defeated more and more experts, his name began to be known by more and more people. On the contrary, he became famous at a much faster speed than Yi Shiwen. During this period of time, he fought to his heart's content. During this time, Yi Shiwen stayed in the guest house and did not step out. He cultivated in seclusion and was only one step away from the 2nd level of the law manifestation realm. As long as he entered the 2nd level of the law manifestation realm, he would have the strength to fight Yi Fan. However, although he cultivated in seclusion, he was still aware of the news of the outside world. After all, he was in a vigilant state for revenge at any time in the Yi family. In the blink of an eye, 10 days have passed. How can there be no movement at all? In the courtyard, Yi Shiwen constantly executed the shattered star fist. Although he did not use qi, the sound of air explosions still came out between his punches and kicks. Every punch of Yi Shiwen was neither fast nor slow, as if he wanted to thoroughly understand all the moves. In this courtyard, there were a total of 2 rooms. Yi Shiwen and Yi Fan lived together. However, at this time, Yi Fan was called out for a fight. In the entire courtyard, only Yi Shiwen was still in the entire courtyard. Beside him, Yi Mo sat on a stone table with a somewhat serious expression. Even Yi Xing has been announced to join the main Yi family. I heard that he was personally brought to the secret territory of the Yi family by the higher-ups to cultivate, said Yi Shiwen with a frown. The influence of the martial essence tower was not fake. Generally speaking, as long as one could pass through the 5th floor, it would attract the attention of the higher-ups. According to one's performance, one's future treatment would be arranged. Some talented people would even be directly brought to the secret territory to cultivate. However, in fact, among the 3 people this time, only Yi Xing immediately enjoyed the treatment of the higher-ups. As for Yi Shiwen and Yi Fan, it seemed as if no one knew about them. Except for Yi Fan's reputation among the younger generation, there seemed to be no change at all. In other words, it seemed as if they had been forgotten. If the cultivation of Yi Fan might involve the conflict between the branch family and the main family, then what about Yi Shiwen? Therefore, he quickly realized that he had been deliberately forgotten by others. Maybe the higher-ups haven't completely decided on how to deal with you, said Yi Mo. If what the returning Ancestor Hall Master said is right, then there is at least a force among the higher-ups who is not friendly to you. That's good. Anyway, I don't expect much help from them. As long as they don't do anything to me, I'm already very grateful, said Yi Shiwen with a sneer. He had relied on his own efforts all along the way. Now, he didn't care that the higher-ups of the Yi family were treating him coldly. As long as some of the higher-ups didn't secretly do anything to him, he already had nothing else to ask for. If your strength is a little lower, maybe it won't matter, said Yi Mo with a smile. After all, aren't your uncle and uncle still alive and well? Sometimes making compromises is also a way to survive. But that's not mine. I don't want to live like this for even a day. If it has to be like this, I'd rather leave the Yi family, said Yi Shiwen as he shook his head. He didn't have much sense of belonging to the Yi family. In fact, he even felt a sense of danger. The death of his parents was very strange. Even the returning ancestor hall master didn't seem to be willing to say much. He simply mentioned that they were dead. That was all. There were even some people in the upper echelons who were hostile to him. If necessary, he could leave right now. Yi Shiwen, Yi Shiwen. While Yi Shiwen was lost in thought, a burst of hurried footsteps came from outside the courtyard. Yi Mo leaped up and rushed into Yi Shiwen's body. At this time, a tall figure appeared in front of Yi Shiwen. It was Yi Fan. Why did you come back at this time? Where's your opponent? Asked Yi Shiwen. Boring. I beat him down in 2 or 3 moves. Yi Fan curled his lips helplessly. He had indeed become famous these days. However, he had always lacked a worthy opponent. Whether it was Yi Shui, Yi Chenglong, or anyone else, no one was willing to accept Yi Fan's challenge. The main reason was that the ancestral worship ceremony was approaching, and these people were all making their final preparations. They wanted to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat during the ancestral worship ceremony, and they were not willing to cause unnecessary trouble at this time. Moreover, if they were to be defeated by Yi Fan, then it would be even more miserable, and they would definitely lose all face. I have come back to tell you one thing. I have news about your uncle and uncle. Yi Fan looked at Yi Shiwen and said. There was a trace of a smile at the corner of his mouth. Really? Yi Shiwen raised his head and was slightly shocked. Aren't they in Luoya City? Ever since he received the news, he had always wanted to go to Luoya City to fulfill his wish. At that time, he would truly have no worries. It didn't matter if he wanted to stay or leave. However, he would have to wait until after the ancestral worship ceremony. Yi Shiwen didn't expect to get the news here. They should have been in Luoya City. However, you also know that each branch family will send representatives to attend the ancestral worship ceremony. Your uncle and uncle are here, explained Yi Fan. So that's how it is. Yi Shiwen nodded. I will go and see. Go. I will not participate in the ceremony. Yi Fan did not follow Yi Shiwen this time. According to the information given by Yi Fan, Yi Shiwen walked in the direction of the outer city. The entire Exan city was very big, but it also showed a trend of spreading out from the core in all directions. Generally speaking, the more important the guest was, the closer the place where they lived would be to the city center. On the contrary, those who lived in the outer city were basically some less important guests or some branch families that were not strong. For example, the place where Yi Fan stayed was in the inner city, indicating that he belonged to the branch family. Even among the many branch families, it was still very powerful, so in the main family he also had a very high status. On the contrary, Yi Shiwen's branch family in Luoya City was obviously just a very ordinary branch family, and its status was not very high. Yi Shiwen appeared at the corner of the street. The surrounding buildings were a bit gray and old, which formed a sharp contrast with the bright buildings in the inner city. The courtyard opposite the street corner was the residence of the Luoya City branch family. When he arrived in front of the courtyard of the Yi family in Luoya City, Yi Shiwen actually stopped in his tracks. His heart was filled with mixed feelings, and he did not know how to face it. One must know that although the current Yi Shiwen was mainly based on the memories of his previous life, but the memories of this life had also been completely integrated, and the two of them were more like completely integrated into one person, so naturally he could not treat them as strangers. Who are you? Why are you standing in front of our courtyard? At this time, a crisp voice came from behind Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen turned his head and saw a 17 or 18-year-old girl. She had a delicate oval face, shapely eyebrows, phoenix eyes, and skin as white as snow. She was dressed in a light blue dress and looked exceptionally playful and cute. Your courtyard? Then may I ask, do you know Yi Junhai? Yi Shiwen asked. Yi Junhai was the name of his uncle. Do you know my father? The girl asked in a crisp voice. Chapter 1175. Do you know my father? The girl asked in a crisp voice. Yi Junhai, is he your father? Yi Shiwen asked. Yi Shiwen immediately understood that this should be his uncle's youngest daughter, his cousin, Yi Qiao Qiao. According to the information obtained from the ancestral returning hall, he didn't have many immediate family members left. There were only his eldest uncle, Yi Junhai, his third uncle, Yi Junyan, his eldest son, his eldest cousin, Yi Mao, his youngest daughter, Yi Qiao Qiao, and his third uncle, Yi Junyan's only son, his cousin Yi Kai. In total, there were only 5 people. As for the 2 aunts, they seemed to have fallen early because of the turmoil in the early years. His uncle and third uncle never remarried. As for the older generation, they were all in the dark. Yes, who are you? Yi Qiao Qiao opened her big eyes and looked at Yi Shiwen curiously. The Yi family of Loya City had been in decline for a long time. Even if they went back to the main family to worship their ancestors, there would basically be no visitors. Everyone was too late to avoid it. I am the son of an old friend. Today, I heard that the 2 elders came to Welcome City, so I came to visit. Yi Shiwen said, the son of an old friend. Yi Qiao Qiao frowned slightly, pouted, and said, then what is your name? I can go in and inform you. My name is Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen? So, you are also from the Yi family, then you wait. Yi Qiao Qiao looked at Yi Shiwen, then turned and walked in. This was not a very big courtyard. Only some hired servants were cleaning this courtyard. Even if their Yi family of Loya City was in decline, they still had the ability to hire a few servants. This time, it was rare to come back to the main family. This courtyard had been empty for a long time and needed to be cleaned. Little sister, where have you been? At this time, a soft voice was heard coming from a room, and a young man about 30 years old came out. He wore a black brocade robe with a black lychee rhinoceros belt tied around his waist. He had a head of long black hair and a pair of deep starry eyes. His body was tall and straight, and he had quite a bit of an aura. Big brother. Seeing this person, Yi Qiao Qiao shrank her body and shouted in a crisp voice. The man frowned and said, didn't I say that this is not our Loya City? We don't know how many powerful people there are in the main family. You and third brother don't go out and cause trouble. After we worship the ancestors and second uncle, we will go to Loya City. This man was none other than Yi Shiwen's cousin Yi Mao. Oh, I know, but I didn't cause any trouble. I just walked around, Yi Qiao Qiao said with some depression. Big brother, the main house is so big, much bigger than our Loya City. Can't we live here? Didn't you say that we were originally part of the main family? Hearing this, Yi Mao immediately frowned and asked sternly, what master's people? Where did you hear this from? I overheard it once when you and father were talking. Yi Qiao Qiao shrunk her head and said with some depression, no matter what you hear, keep these words to yourself. Don't say a word to anyone else. Do you understand? Otherwise, it may bring danger to our family. Yi Mao looked at Yi Qiao Qiao and said, I know. Yi Qiao Qiao pursed her small mouth and said with dissatisfaction, by the way, big brother, there is a person outside who claims to be the son of an old friend and wants to visit. The son of an old friend. Our family has fallen to this situation. Everyone who heard that it is our family's business is trying to avoid it. Who else would come to visit? Yi Mao frowned. He said his name is Yi Shiwen. Yi Qiao Qiao said truthfully. Yi Shiwen. Yi Mao only felt that this name seemed very familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere. Yi Shiwen, isn't that second uncle's son, second brother? Yi Mao suddenly realized, but then he felt that it was so incredible. for Yi Qiao Qiao and Yi Kai. Perhaps they didn't know Yi Shiwen at all. But Yi Mao still remembered because at that time he was already an adult, and even when Yi Shiwen was given a name, he was also there. Later, after the second brother was taken away by second uncle, he never appeared again. If he really was the son of second uncle, Yi Mao suddenly became excited. He quickly said, "You quickly go and bring him in. I will go inform father and third uncle." After saying that, his figure had already jumped into the house. "Why are you in such a hurry?" Yi Qiao Qiao pursed her small mouth and said, but she still followed Yi Mao's words, came to the door, looked at Yi Shiwen, who was still waiting, and shouted, "Yi Shiwen, my big brother said to let you in first." Yi Shiwen did not hesitate and followed Yi Qiao Qiao into the courtyard. This was not a big courtyard. In addition to the servants who were busy in the courtyard, the other things were not as good as the courtyard where Yi Shiwen and Yi Fan were living. But then a burst of rapid footsteps came from inside the house. In front was a middle-aged man, half of his hair dyed with snow, wearing a black robe, walking in the front, tall and strong. And behind him was a slightly younger middle-aged man, somewhat similar to the previous middle-aged man, wearing a jujube-colored robe with a somewhat elegant aura. Behind the two of them was a tall and handsome young man. If one looked closely, they would find that the young man bore some resemblance to him. "You are." The middle-aged man with half-white hair opened a pair of bright eyes, his lips slightly trembling as he looked at Yi Shiwen. Yes, yes, from the first time he saw Yi Shiwen, he was sure that there was no mistake. His eyebrows were indeed very similar to his second brother's. How could Yi Shiwen not understand the identity of these people in front of him? Quickly kneeled on the ground and said, "Yi Shiwen, greetings, first uncle, third uncle." At this moment he did not have the slightest reluctance, nor did he have the slightest bit of reluctance. "Good, good, good, you really came back," Yi Junhai said excitedly. Yi Jianyan, who was behind him, also looked excited. "Big brother, it is second brother's blessing that let Wen-er come back." Get up, all these years wandering outside. It must have been hard on you." Yi Junhai quickly helped Yi Shiwen up, looking at Yi Shiwen's eyes. The more he looked at Yi Shiwen, the more he liked him. Yi Shiwen was the only son of his second brother, the only bloodline. Fortunately, when a man lives in the world, he can only achieve something after experiencing hardships. Yi Shiwen said with a grin. "Yes, second brother also likes to say that." Yi Jianyan said with a smile. He was also happy from the bottom of his heart. Deep in their bones, they are of the same origin. Did you pass through the returning ancestor hall when you came back to Yi family? Yi Junhai asked, not doubting Yi Shiwen's identity. From the first time he saw Yi Shiwen, he was sure that he was not mistaken. It was indeed his second brother's bloodline. "Well, a few days ago, I just confirmed with the returning ancestor hall that I still have relatives in this world. I wanted to wait until the end of the ancestral worship ceremony, then go to Oya City. I didn't expect to meet first uncle and third uncle here." Yi Shiwen nodded and said. Hearing this, Yi Junhai frowned slightly and said, "So, you didn't know before this?" "I don't know. Father only left this jade pendant at that time, and said that I will know when I go to Mount Qi. I also know later when my adoptive father personally told me later." Yi Shiwen took out the jade pendant. It was a palm-sized green, round jade pendant, but only about a finger thick, engraved in the center of the jade, the shape of an unknown fierce beast. "Yes, it is the Qilin jade pendant that second brother always wears," Yi Junhai said excitedly. Now there was no doubt about Yi Shiwen's identity. "I didn't expect that after hundreds of years, I can actually see him again. Big brother, the most important thing isn't when we're back? Our family can be considered to be reunited." Yi Jianyan said. Yes, look at me, I am a little old and confused." Yi Junhai laughed loudly. His old heart was comforted. "Yes, a family reunion is more important than anything else." Yi Junhai said, "Wen-er, let me introduce to you. This is your big brother, Yi Mao, your little sister, Yi Chao Chao, and your third uncle's only son, Yi Kai. Second brother, Yi Mao said to Yi Shiwen with a smile. He had already guessed it, but now he finally got confirmation, so he was extremely happy in his heart. Their branch had been in decline for too long, and any clansman was worthy of cherishing, not to mention his second uncle's son, his cousin. You, second brother. Compared to Yi Mao, Yi Chao Chao found it more difficult to accept that such a person had suddenly become her second brother. But after all, her father, third uncle, and big brother had confirmed it, so it shouldn't be wrong. Big brother, little sister. Yi Shiwen also cupped his hands and said, That smelly brat, I don't know where he has gone now. Yi Zhenyin also had a resentful look on his face as soon as he mentioned Yi Kai. Third uncle, I think third brother is just playing for a while because of the prosperity of Welcome City, so he should be fine. Yi Mao tried to persuade. If this brat is 1/10 as steady as you, then I can rest assured. Yi Zhenyin said in a somewhat helpless tone. Looking at this scene, Yi Shiwen didn't know why, but he felt a warm current flowing through his heart. Suddenly, at a certain moment, he felt that sometimes God was really good to him, whether it was his previous life or later in a Yuan school, or now he had a warm family. Parents were probably like this, hoping that their children could become steady, as if this was the standard appearance of a good child. You are here, Loya City branch family? At this time, a slightly cold voice came from outside the courtyard. Chapter 1176. Is this the branch family of Loya City? At this time, a slightly cold voice came from outside the courtyard. Then a young warrior came in from outside. It's the Yi family of Loya City. I don't know why this little brother has come here. Yi Junhai stepped forward and said. He could tell at a glance that this young warrior was a member of the Law Enforcement Hall. The Yi family's Law Enforcement Hall was in charge of all rewards and punishments of the Yi family. Under normal circumstances, if the Law Enforcement Hall personally came to the door, it would mean that they were stirring up trouble. Is Yi Kai a member of your family? The Law Enforcement Hall disciple asked. Yes. At this time, Yi Zhenyin took the initiative to step forward and said, This matter was related to his son's lover, so he suddenly became nervous. Yi Kai has killed someone. He is now in our Law Enforcement Hall. I'm here to inform you. The Law Enforcement Hall disciple said. What? Killed someone? Pardon me for asking, but who did he kill? Yi Zhenyin quickly asked. Killing someone could be a big or small matter. It also depended on the occasion. However, it was obvious that killing someone wasn't allowed in the Welcome City. If it was in the wilderness, then killing someone wouldn't be a big deal. It's not a big deal. The follower of a disciple of Fuyang City's branch family has been killed. They don't want to let this matter go. So, they're asking you to go back and negotiate. The Law Enforcement Hall disciple didn't intend to embarrass the family. What? It's those bastards from Fuyang City again. Yi Zhenyin was also a hot-tempered person. How did third brother provoke those people? Yi Mao frowned and said. At this time, Yi Shiwen opened his mouth and said, No matter what, let's go and take a look first. Well, Wen is right. No matter what, let's go and take a look first. Yi Junhai said. At this time, everyone quickly followed the Law Enforcement Hall disciple to the Law Enforcement Hall's branch in Welcome City. The Law Enforcement Hall held a high position in the entire Yi family. It had branches in every city of the main family. This matter could be said to be big, but it could also be said to be small. Although beating someone to death was a big matter, in the Yi family, the surname Yi was naturally the biggest. It was just a servant, it was nothing at all. Although it was cruel, everyone in the ancient barons' continent knew that humans weren't born equal. Some were born to be superior, while some were born to be slaves. The only way to change one's fate was to constantly cultivate. Only by becoming stronger could one change one's fate be possible. Everyone knew this, but only a few people could actually do it. Most of them wanted to change their fates in vain, so they silently passed this period. Yi Shiwen had killed all the way from the sub-school of Yi Yuan School. He was definitely a 1 in a billion lucky person. Other people did not even dare to think about this miracle. They were already surprised that Yi Shiwen was able to pass through the 8th floor of the Martial Essence Tower when they knew that Yi Shiwen wasn't even a disciple of the Yi clan's branch family. They would probably be scared to death if they knew about Yi Shiwen's journey. Yi Shiwen's experience itself was a heaven-defying process. Everyone was very worried. They walked very quickly and quickly arrived at the Law Enforcement Hall's branch in the inner city. When everyone walked into the Law Enforcement Hall, they saw 2 groups of people confronting each other. On one side, there was only one person. He was a young man in his 20s. His eyebrows were somewhat similar to Yi Jianyan's. On the other side, there was a group of young warriors. There were both men and women. The leader was a man in a luxurious robe. He was looking at the young man on the other side arrogantly. On the ground, there was a corpse that was already cold. "Tell me, what do you plan to do? Either you pay for my servant's life, or you compensate me with 10 million spirit crystals," said the man in a luxurious robe insolently. "Dad, uncle." At this time, the young man in his 20s saw the group of people that walked in. Yi Shiwen was sure that this was Yi Jianyan's only son, Yi Kai. "Didn't I tell you not to cause trouble?" Yi Jianyan stepped forward and berated him. "Dad, I didn't cause trouble. Yi Jie is framing me. I didn't do anything to this servant. He died. Now they want to frame me instead. They want to ask for 10 million spirit crystals." Yi Kai quickly explained. "Did you hear that? My son said that he didn't kill him." Yi Jianyan was completely on Yi Kai's side at this time. He said that he didn't kill him? Either you pay 10 million spirit crystals, or you can forget about this matter. The man in luxurious robe, Yi Jie, sneered and said, "You." Yi Kai was so angry that he couldn't speak. He said that he didn't kill him, but it doesn't mean that he didn't kill him. However, it doesn't mean that you didn't kill him. Yi Shiwen stepped forward and said, "Who are you? Do you want to meddle in other people's business?" Yi Jie glanced at Yi Shiwen and said he knew all the members of the Yi family in Luoya City, but he had never seen Yi Shiwen before. Therefore, he just regarded Yi Shiwen as a busybody. "Since you insist that he died at the hands of my 3rd brother, then let the people of the Law Enforcement Hall investigate. Let's see what exactly happened." At this time, Yimao also opened his mouth and said he had seen Yi Kai grow up. Perhaps he had a fiery temper and sometimes didn't think things through. However, since he said so, then it should be true. He shouldn't have done it. "That's right. If they find out that he died at the hands of my son, we will also accept the punishment." Yi Jianyan also reacted at this time and said, "What's the noise?" At this time, a cold voice came from afar. A figure walked out of the inner hall. Yi Shiwen looked and saw that it was none other than Yi Shui, whom he had just met. "Why are you here?" Yi Shui didn't look at anyone else. She just looked at Yi Shiwen and asked. Yi Shui still had a good impression of this clan member who had successfully broken through the 8th floor 10 days ago. "What the hell is going on?" Yi Shui asked the member of the Law Enforcement Hall next to her. "It's like this, Captain." The member of the Law Enforcement Hall next to her told her the whole story. At this time, Yi Shiwen came to know that Yi Shui was actually the captain of an elite law enforcement team of the Law Enforcement Hall. She was regarded as a member of the younger generation of the Law Enforcement Hall. If there were no problems in the future, she could even compete for the position of the Law Enforcement Hall Master. In the entire Law Enforcement Hall, she held a high position of power. In fact, the Yi family was a behemoth with hundreds of millions of people. It was not only composed of the main family and the branch families. In addition to the main family and the branch families, there were many organizations that controlled the entire main family and the branch families. Among them, the Law Enforcement Hall was one of the most powerful organizations. In fact, whether it was the geniuses of the main family or the branch families, Once they became famous, these organizations would come to draw them in. If one chose to join them, then one would not only get a variety of resources from the upper echelons of the family, but also many benefits from these organizations. This was tantamount to getting double the resources. This way, one's growth would be much faster, and most importantly, one could also get the protection of these organizations. And whether an organization could develop in the long run in the Yi family depended on how many geniuses there were in the end. The competition for geniuses was also a very important content of these organizations. Generally speaking, except for special cases like Yi Shiwen, once a genius who could break through the 5th floor appeared, people from the major organizations would come to contact them and offer various conditions to attract these geniuses to join them. This servant had been seriously injured a long time ago. His death should be due to the recurrence of his old injuries. Yi Shui glanced at the corpse and saw some clues. She saw the cause of the servant's death at a glance and made the same speculation as Yi Shiwen. This is impossible. My servant is naturally very healthy. How can he be seriously injured? At this time, Yi Jie said in a dissatisfied tone, "Are you doubting my inference?" Yi Shui coldly glanced at Yi Jie and said, "This matter ends here. Take the corpse away." Yi Jie suddenly said in a dissatisfied tone, "Why do you say so? This is not fair. Get lost. Don't force me to kill you." Yi Shui was simply disdainful. Trash, like Yi Jie, was simply not worthy to enter her eyes. "Did you hear that? Country bumpkin, didn't you hear what our captain said? Our captain said that he died of old injuries. It's useless even if you report this to the upper echelons." The people of the law enforcement hall bluntly said. They could see that Yi Shui knew Yi Shiwen. At this time, they naturally stood on Yi Shui's side. Yi Jie looked at Yi Shui. In the end, he could only admit defeat. At this time, how could he not recognize Yi Shui, this famous genius? Even in the law enforcement hall, where experts were as common as clouds, he was a strong contender for the position of law enforcement hallmaster. These young people who were able to represent their respective branch families to participate in the ancestral worship ceremony were all outstanding figures of the younger generation. Their cultivation had already entered the first level of the law phase realm. However, in front of Yi Shui, who had reached the 5th level of the law phase realm, they were undoubtedly like sparkling lights compared to the brilliance of the bright moon. The difference was not worth mentioning at all. Even if they resented him, they did not dare to resent this expert of the younger generation. They could only glare hatefully at Yi Kai, who failed to frame him, and Yi Shiwen, who was leisurely at the side. "Go, let's go." This was the first time in his life that he did not even dare to say a word. There was no other reason. He was afraid of truly angering Yi Shui. The law enforcement hall was in charge of the Yi family's laws. If they were angered, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chapter 1177. Yi Kai and the others finally felt relieved when they saw Yi Jie leaving in anger. Especially Yi Junhai and the others. They looked at Yi Shiwen with some surprise. How could they not recognize Yi Shui's identity? Yi Shui was one of the top masters of the younger generation and had participated in several ancestral worship ceremonies. Every ancestral worship ceremony, they would come to watch the ceremony. How could they not recognize Yi Shui? At that time, Yi Shui was already the focus of everyone's attention. He was one of the top geniuses of the younger generation of the Yi family, a rising star, and a declining force like their Luoya city's branch family would not have any intersection. This time, he was willing to help out because of Yi Shiwen's face. From the conversation just now, they could see that Yi Shiwen probably knew him. "These are..." Yi Shui looked at Yi Shiwen and said, "These are my family members, my uncle, my third uncle." Yi Shiwen said, "You found your family members so soon?" Yi Shui said, "There will be a tea ceremony tomorrow. Will you come?" "Tea ceremony? What tea ceremony?" Yi Shiwen asked. "Yi Feng and the others are organizing it." Among the younger generation, many people will go. It is a warm-up before the ancestral worship ceremony, Yi Shui said. Next to them, there were people who thought that they understood Yi Shui. They looked at Yi Shui in disbelief. It was well known that Yi Shui's character was very cold. An average person could not even make him look at them, let alone make him talk so much. I will go. Yi Shiwen nodded and said. At this time, Yi Shiwen remembered that Yi Fan had once said that there would be a lot of Tao discussion meetings or tea ceremony meetings before the start of the ancestral worship ceremony. Many experts of a younger generation would gather in groups of 3 or 5 and sit down to discuss Tao. But in general, different levels of masters would naturally organize different groups. Yi Shui, Yi Feng, and the others would obviously participate in the tea ceremony. Obviously, it should be a top discussion meeting. Most people simply wouldn't receive an invitation, and Yi Shiwen had probably only received an invitation because he had broken through the 8th layer, which made them look at him with a whole new level of respect. Those who could participate were naturally the most elite geniuses of the younger generation of the Yi family. They would definitely be able to see the top geniuses of the Yi family if they participated in this tea ceremony. Yi Shiwen didn't feel anything, but Yi Kai and Yi Qiao Qiao on one side were extremely excited. Yi Shui. Ah, this is Yi Shui. Ah, she personally invited Yi Shiwen to participate in the tea ceremony. How big of a face! It was simply unbelievable. Even Yi Junhai and the others were looking at Yi Shiwen in astonishment. They couldn't believe it. Generally speaking, everyone would be in a small circle, and it would be very difficult for outsiders to break into it unless they had reached the standard of this circle. As for Yi Feng, Yi Shui, and the others, there was no doubt that they were in the top circle of the entire Yi clan's younger generation. For this nephew of his to be personally invited to join, it was naturally a great honor. That's good. I'll be waiting for your arrival, Yi Shui said. Then she turned around and entered the law enforcement hall. Yi Shiwen looked at Yi Shui's disappearing back and secretly pondered. It was said that Yi Shui was cold and aloof. An average person simply couldn't get close to him. Moreover, after entering the law enforcement hall, he became even more ruthless. Therefore, his peers were more afraid of him. But now Yi Shiwen didn't think so. It was said that Yi Shui was arrogant, aloof, and didn't know how to be flexible. Now, it seemed that this was not the case. In other words, there were very few people who could make him put down his arrogance and make him flexible. In fact, it wasn't as exaggerated as outsiders thought. Tomorrow's tea ceremony? Wow, you're amazing. After Yi Shui left, Yi Kai immediately jumped out. What are you doing? You really have no respect for your elders. This is your second uncle's only son, Yi Shiwen. Call him second brother. Yi Zhenyan directly slapped Yi Kai's head. He naturally wanted to protect his son in front of outsiders. But now that there were no outsiders, he no longer had any scruples. Second brother? He is second uncle's son? Yi Kai looked at Yi Shiwen in front of him incredulously. He only occasionally heard about this son of his second uncle, but he wasn't very clear about it, because long before he was born, Yi Shiwen had been taken away by Yi Junshan, and then he never came out again. Yes, quickly call him second brother, Yi Zhenyan said. Second brother. Yi Kai shouted honestly. If it were another person, it would be impossible for him to honestly admit it. Although he was naughty, he was also a proud and arrogant person. Ordinary people couldn't even think of subduing him. But at the same time, the matter that made their family somewhat helpless just now was solved because of Yi Shui's words. Yi Shui personally helped them because of her relationship with Yi Shiwen. Then Yi Shui personally invited Yi Shiwen to participate in their tea ceremony. This kind of tea ceremony, they had long been famous for a long time, but ordinary people couldn't get an invitation at all. For the content of the tea ceremony, they could only hear the name but not the content. Well, since there's nothing else, then we will go back first, Yi Junhai said. Let's go back first. Everyone thought about it. In a place like the law enforcement hall, everyone felt a kind of uncomfortable feeling. When they went to the law enforcement hall, they were nervous and scared all the way. When they went back, they were in a completely different state of mind. Especially when they looked at Yi Junhai and Yi Junyan's eyes. They were undoubtedly much gentler. This nephew of theirs had given them a very big surprise as soon as he came back. If it wasn't for Yi Shiwen's relationship with the people of Fuyang City today, they were afraid that they would be entangled with the people of Fuyang City in the end. At that time, they didn't know how much compensation they would have to pay. 10 million spirit crystals was definitely not a small amount for them. Moreover, if they continued to drag it out, they might even ask for more. Second brother, take me there. I also want to see what their tea ceremony is like. I've only heard about it, but I've never seen it. Yi Kai kept talking about this matter along the way. He didn't seem to be unfamiliar with Yi Shiwen at all. Soon, they became familiar with each other. He had a pure and easygoing personality. Yes, second brother, take us there. We also want to go. We also want to go. Take us with you, okay? This was Yi Qiao Qiao. Just like Yi Kai, she also didn't shy away from strangers. In particular, Yi Shiwen was about to be invited to Yi Shui's tea ceremony. She completed the process of familiarizing herself with Yi Shiwen at the fastest speed possible. Don't be ridiculous. Your second brother isn't going there to play. Yi Junhai reprimanded her. Haha, it's okay, uncle. Anyway, the tea ceremony itself is to provide a platform for communication. It will also be very beneficial for them to go and have a look. When the time comes, Big Brother will also go together. Yi Shiwen said with a smile. This kind of tea ceremony was allowed to bring people. After all, who didn't have a few relatives and friends. Of course, it was impossible to bring dozens or hundreds of people. Generally, 3 or 5 people would be enough. But even so, the number of people who could participate was still very small. For the vast majority of the younger generation warriors, even if they could participate in the ancestral worship ceremony, they were already the best in the branch family. However, in the face of such a level of tea ceremony, they could still only describe it as hearsay. Not to mention a tea ceremony of this level. Even if it was a tea ceremony of a lower class, it was enough to attract a lot of attention if any of these distinguished guests could be invited. In the end, this was a world where the strong were respected. Countless people would pay attention to every move of the strong. The strong would not be criticized. If this is the case, you can go together, but don't cause trouble for when... Yi Junhai thought about it and agreed. Weren't they the same when they were young? It was just that at that time it was their second brother, Yi Junshan, who brought them to participate in various truth discussions. At that time, Yi Junshan seemed to be like Yi Shiwen now. He was so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes and look at him directly. However, that was a long time ago. Yi Shiwen looked at the 3 people who were excited, but he was thinking about something else. Originally, breaking through to the second level of the law phase realm was urgent, but he was not in a hurry. Now it seemed that he must solve it immediately. Tomorrow's tea party was undoubtedly the stage for the younger generation to compete. His current strength was not just 1 level lower. If he could not quickly enter the second level of the law phase realm, he was afraid that he could only watch them fight, and he could not participate. Thinking of this, Yi Shiwen suddenly became excited. Since he found his relatives, Yi Shiwen did not plan to go back to Yi Fan. Originally, he only followed Yi Fan to find a place to stay. Now that he had a place to stay, he naturally did not need to continue following Yi Fan. After informing Yi Fan, Yi Shiwen returned to the small courtyard where the Yi family was staying. After informing everyone, he began to directly enter closed-door training. Time was what he lacked the most now. He only had 1 night. If he hadn't already broken through the barrier to the second heaven of the Transcendence realm, he wouldn't have been able to guarantee that he could smoothly enter the second heaven of the Transcendence realm in just 1 night. In a specially cleaned room, Yi Shiwen sat cross-legged on the bed. Above his head, the Tianyuan mirror was constantly hovering and hanging down light curtains, completely sealing him in it. In the Tianyuan mirror, countless spirit crystals began to burn and instilled into Yi Shiwen's body. At the same time, the bloodstone on the other side was also constantly burning, turning into blood qi and instilling into Yi Shiwen's body. These two forces, together with Yi Shiwen's own qi, began to continuously impact the barrier of the second level of the law phase realm. Chapter 1178. All the power was gathered by him. Under the command of his qi, he constantly broke through the barrier of the second level of the transcendence realm. He had almost broken through this barrier. After he exerted his full strength, it only took a moment for him to completely break through this barrier. Boom! The aura on his body boiled in an instant, but it was only for a moment before it was completely restrained by him. With the Tianyuan mirror as a shield, the outside world did not notice Yi Shiwen's breakthrough to the second level of the transcendence realm. However, Yi Shiwen did not stop his closed-door training because of this. He knew very well how tyrannical the opponent he would face tomorrow was. After breaking through to the second level of the transcendence realm, he immediately began to consolidate this realm and gradually deepen his cultivation. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for him to complete all this in one night. Fortunately, he had bloodstones in his hands, which could speed up his cultivation. The bloodstones that he had plundered previously had not been used up yet. At this time, they became the fundamental source of Yi Shiwen's progress. Time passed in the continuous consolidation and deepening of Yi Shiwen's cultivation. Early the next morning, Yi Shiwen was already woken up by Yi Kai and Yi Qiao Qiao. In other words, the two of them did not sleep at all. Anyway, with their skills, even if they did not sleep for a night, it would not affect them at all. They were excited for the whole night. Almost every minute and second was torture. Finally, they endured until the morning and woke Yi Shiwen up. Early in the morning, Yi Shue had already ordered someone to send an invitation over. Some people did not need an invitation, such as Yi Shue. No matter where she went, she would be a distinguished guest. However, Yi Shiwen was different. Although he had made a name for himself some time ago, it was impossible to say how many people really knew him. The location of the tea ceremony was not in Guest City, but on a mountain outside the city. The mountain had already been flattened into a square for people to stand on. When Yi Shiwen and the others left the city, many young warriors in the city were already rushing over there. Many of them did not have an invitation and did not even have the qualifications to go up the mountain. However, just watching at the foot of the mountain was a very important opportunity for them. Among these people, the weakest were masters of the half-step law manifestation realm. In the outside world, they were extraordinary geniuses. However, in the Yi family, they did not even have the qualifications to participate in such a top tea ceremony. They were purely marginal figures. Their skills were very tyrannical. Even though they were at the foot of the mountain, they could still see and hear the situation on the mountain. They just couldn't get close. This was similar to Yi Mao and his siblings. In the past, they could only watch from afar. Their cultivation levels weren't bad either. Yi Mao's cultivation level had successfully entered the peak of the transcendence realm, first heaven. Although Yi Kai and Yi Qiao Qiao were slightly weaker, they were already at the peak of the half-step late-stage transcendence realm. They were just a step away from passing the transcendence realm calamity and officially entering the transcendence realm. The reason why they didn't pass the calamity was because they wanted to be fully prepared. After all, not everyone was like Yi Shiwen, who treated the calamity as simple as eating and drinking. They dared to go through it without any preparation. For most people, even if the strength of their heaven's calamity was not on the same level as Yi Shiwen's, it was still fatal for them. Even with the Yi family's heritage, the number of masters in the family, and the abundance of transcendence realm masters, it was still a matter of caution to pass the heaven's calamity of the transcendence realm. Moreover, it was a declining branch family like theirs. According to the original plan, after the ancestral worship, They planned to go back to pass the calamity and smoothly enter the Transcendence realm. All of them were powerful figures. Although the mountain peak was thousands of miles away from Guest City, it only took them a moment to arrive at the foot of the mountain peak. After showing the invitation, Yi Shiwen went up the mountain under the strange gaze of the disciples guarding below. Obviously, it was a bit strange that a complete stranger like Yi Shiwen could get an invitation. But the invitation was genuine, which made it even more difficult for them to imagine. When they reached the top of the mountain, they discovered that the square on the mountain top was already very lively. Many masters gathered in 2s and 3s to talk. The higher the level of the circle, the smaller the area. They were already familiar with each other, so naturally they could chat. This was the first time for the 4 of them to step into the circle, especially Yi Kai and Yi Qiao Qiao. These 2 mischievous fellows were looking around with a very curious look on their faces. Those who could walk freely here were the best of the younger generation. Although there were no masters like Yi Shui and Yi Feng, there was no doubt that they were the most dazzling geniuses among the younger generation of the Yi family. Yi Mao, Yi Kai, Yi Qiao Qiao, I didn't expect to see you poor people here. At this time, a sarcastic voice came from not far away. Yi Mao's complexion suddenly changed. This person was none other than Yi Jie from Fuyang City's branch family, who had previously framed Yi Kai. He was accompanied by a group of people. At this time, their faces were filled with disdain and ridicule. Some of them even made exaggerated expressions. It was as if seeing Yi Mao and the others here was a very unbelievable thing. Don't tell me they sneaked in. At this time, a young warrior behind Yi Jie said with a strange smile, I think so too. Ha ha ha. Otherwise, how could they come in? Idiot. Yi Shiwen indifferently said, Last night, Yi Shiwen learned about the bad relationship between the Luoya City's branch family and the Fuyang City's branch family. Because the 2 cities were very close to each other, the long-standing competitive relationship had led to a very bad relationship. In order to deal with the Luoya City's branch family, the Fuyang City's branch family was even more unscrupulous. What did you say? Yi Jie angrily looked at Yi Shiwen. Last time, because of Yi Shiwen's intervention, his plan had completely failed. So, he had long since hated Yi Shiwen in his heart. And the other young masters of Fuyang City's branch family, at this time, were like ducks that had been strangled by the neck. For a while, they didn't know what to say, because they had never thought that Yi Shiwen would actually say these 2 words. This was much more powerful than any flustered and exasperated response. Yi Shiwen simply didn't take you seriously. He simply thought that you were an idiot. Idiot. They had actually been treated as idiots. This was the most difficult thing for them to accept. What did you say? Bastard. Arrogant. Who do you think you are? The people of Fuyang City's branch family angrily rebuked. Oh, look at them. Don't they look like a group of mad dogs? Yi Shiwen said with a disdainful look on his face. You don't need to get angry when you meet them in the future. A man has been bitten by a dog, so how can he bite back? Ha ha ha. Yes, second brother, you are right. A man has been bitten by a dog, so how can he bite back? Yi Kai suddenly clapped his hands and said with a smile. Every time he met Yi Jie and the others, he would get angry because of them. It was very rare to see them get so angry. Perhaps it was just like what Yi Shiwen had said. A man had been bitten by a dog, so how could he bite back? This statement was really ruthless. Ha ha ha. This was the first time that he had discovered that this new second brother was not only a person with a wide range of friends, but he was also very good at insulting people. Yi Jie was about to flare up, but suddenly a loud noise was heard. It turned out that the first top expert had arrived, and it was none other than the organizer of this tea ceremony, Yi Feng. He greeted everyone with a smile, and when he saw Yi Feng, he suddenly smiled and walked towards him. The faces of Yi Jie and the others immediately revealed a somewhat flattering smile, thinking that Yi Feng was coming towards them. At the same time, They looked at Yi Shiwen and the others in a somewhat provocative manner. Did you see that? This is the famous Yi Feng. Is he someone that you poor people can recognize? Although I don't know how you got in here, but you see the gap, this is the gap. When he was about to open his mouth and report Yi Shiwen and the others for sneaking in here, he saw that Yi Feng directly passed him and arrived in front of Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen, the invitation was sent today, and I was afraid that you wouldn't come. Yi Feng said with a smile. Suddenly, many of the geniuses of the younger generation, who had been paying attention to Yi Feng's actions, had a feeling that their glasses were about to fall off. Who is this person in front of them? How come even the organizer of this tea ceremony, Yi Feng, is so polite to him? They all knew very well that although Yi Feng seemed to be smiling at everyone, but that was his personality. Compared to Yi Shui, who was as cold as an ice sculpture, he was a completely different type, but he was just being polite, nothing more. But when talking with Yi Shiwen, they could feel that the equal attitude that came from his bones was definitely not just superficial politeness, but from the bottom of his heart, he regarded Yi Shiwen as an equal person to communicate with. Who is this person? How can he make Yi Feng look at him in a new light? All of a sudden, it was like a pot of boiling water, and many people were discussing in secret. Yi Jia and the others were even more dumbfounded. Yi Feng did not even look at them. In other words, they did not even have the qualifications to be polite to Yi Feng, but Yi Feng was actually in front of this Yi Shiwen. Who is this Yi Shiwen in the end? Thinking back to yesterday when Yi Shui personally came forward to solve the problem for the Loya City branch family, everyone had a bad premonition in their hearts. They were not stupid, but they were used to being domineering in front of the Loya City branch family. So they did not think about it carefully, but now it seemed that a bad premonition had emerged. Yi Kai and Yi Qiao Qiao looked at Yi Shiwen with little stars in their eyes. First it was Yi Shui, then it was Yi Feng, this second brother who seemed to know the big figures of the younger generation. Chapter 1179. To them, whether it was Yi Feng or Yi Shui, they were all big shots in their generation. Don't look at the gap between their cultivation levels. It was only a few small realms. However, if there were no accidents, the gap between them would only grow bigger and bigger as time passed. Only people like Yi Feng and Yi Shui could guarantee that they could reach the level beyond the law manifestation realm. As for them, if 1 in 100 people could eventually surpass the law manifestation realm, it would be luck. This was the gap between them. The further they went, the bigger the gap would be. They were very clear about this because they had also emerged from such an environment. Those who could compete with them in the past slowly became not worth mentioning. They didn't even have the qualifications to take a second look at them. Therefore, how could they not understand? How could it be? Everyone at the scene was tense. Only Yi Shiwen smiled. Yi Mao looked at Yi Shiwen as if he was looking at the shadow of his second uncle, Yi Junshan. Yi Mao's eyes were as calm as the clouds and the wind, and the same radiance. Even among his peers, no one could suppress his dazzling brilliance. Perhaps it was hereditary, or perhaps it was fate. Yi Qianqian, do you know her? Yi Feng suddenly asked a question. Everyone was stunned again. Yi Qianqian, the proud daughter of the Yi family. Not only was she stunning, but her cultivation was also at the top of the Yi family. Even Yi Feng, Yi Shui, and many other proud sons of the heavens could not suppress her. Although there were few things about her in these years, everyone only thought that she was exploring some ruins or cultivating in seclusion. However, some time ago, Yi Qianqian had suddenly returned. What happened to her during this period of time had quickly become the topic of conversation, especially when they heard that she had been captured by the people of the Sky Thundersea region while she was out traveling. The crowd was instantly stirred up. Yi Qianqian had too many supporters in the Yi clan. She also had many supporters in the other powers. It was just that this Yi clan's goddess had never been kind to anyone. Many of the young geniuses were helpless against her. But for the Sky Thundersea region, everyone was still angry. Some time ago, everyone was slaughtered. Many young masters spontaneously went to the sky, thunder sea region to find trouble. From this, it could be seen that Yi Qianqian was very popular in the Yi family and had many supporters. Yi Shiwen was startled. He hadn't expected that he would actually ask about Yi Qianqian. However, Yi Shiwen nodded slightly and said, "Yes, just as I expected." Yi Feng said thoughtfully, "Haha, if that's the case, you're in big trouble." "Trouble?" Yi Shiwen's forehead was full of black lines. "What trouble?" "This. You'll know when the time comes." "Haha, interesting, interesting." Yi Feng laughed and looked like he was watching a good show. He then said, "Sorry, I still have other people to entertain. Please help yourselves." "This guy." Yi Shiwen shook his head and laughed. "Second brother, do you really know Yi Qianqian?" After Yi Feng left, Yi Kai hurriedly asked. Yi Qianqian was the goddess of the Yi family. Even Yi Kai, Yi Mao, and the others in the branch family had heard many legends about her. It could be said that she was a miracle. "Yes, that's right." Yi Shiwen nodded. Yi Jie and the others on the side heard Yi Shiwen's words and suddenly revealed a somewhat jealous look. Yi Qianqian was the goddess of the Yi family. It was unknown how many people in the Yi family wanted to get close to her, but Yi Qianqian had always been straightforward. Only Yi Feng, Yi Shui, and a few others could make her interact with people on an equal footing. If Yi Shui was said to be the kind of person who was cold like an ice sculpture, then Yi Qianqian was a kind of indifference that came from her bones. Although she wasn't like Yi Shui, who seemed to be able to freeze people just by being close to her, she also had a kind of distance that kept people thousands of miles away. She was like an otherworldly being. Not long after Yi Feng's arrival, Yi Shui, Yi Chenglong, and a few others also arrived. In addition to these few people that Yi Shiwen had already met before, there was also a proud daughter of the Yi family, Yi Yuling. In the Yi family, Yi Yuling was also a very popular goddess, even if she couldn't compare with Yi Qianqian, but in fact, she wasn't much worse. Among the people present, there were many supporters of Yi Yuling. When Yi Yuling first arrived, the crowd suddenly became restless, even if they weren't her loyal supporters. But seeing such a great beauty, they wouldn't hate her. She was dressed in a pink dress and looked extraordinary. Her exquisite facial features didn't look as cold and inhuman as Yi Qianqian. On the contrary, she was very approachable, which also won her considerable popularity. Of course, what really made her famous in the Yi family was her extraordinary strength. In this world where only the strong were respected, a beautiful woman without strength was just a vassal, a plaything. Of course, this situation also applied to some evildoers with average strength, who would also become the plaything of some strong women. In essence, there was no difference. Only the strong were respected, and the weak could only be slaughtered. Yi Shiwen and Yi Mao naturally found a seat in the corner and sat down. Yi Shiwen wasn't a person who liked to be in the limelight, but after the incident just now, everyone immediately looked at him in a new light. Even though they were sitting in the corner, people still frequently looked at them. Yi Shiwen and Yi Mao were chatting and laughing when the crowd suddenly became restless. "Why is he here? Who is he? Do you know him?" Following the direction of the noise, Yi Shiwen and the others looked up and saw a white-faced young man in brocade robes striding towards them from the sky. He had a handsome face, but his temperament was somewhat sinister. Between his eyebrows, there was a sharp aura that made people feel as if they were going to burn their eyes if they looked at him. He was extremely sharp. You don't even know him? He is a famous genius from the Jiagu clan, which is ranked second in the 100-clan alliance. His name is Jiagu Zhenghao. He is a cruel and merciless person, but he is very strong. I heard that many geniuses of their clan have been killed or crippled by him. Many geniuses of our human clan have also fallen by his hands. Such a fierce god. Why is he here in our Yi family? And he even participated in this gathering. It probably has something to do with Yi Qianqian. In the past, Jia Guzheng was Yi Qianqian's loyal supporter. It is said that he loves Yi Qianshan to the point of going crazy. He has also proposed to our clan leader many times, but our clan leader has never agreed. So that's how it is. But that is definitely not agreed. Yi Qianshan is the proud daughter of our Yi family. How can we let her marry another clan? Moreover, the 100-clan alliance and our clan have always been dirty. How can we agree? Yes, if it were an ordinary person, I'm afraid they would have given up long ago. But this Jia Guzheng has not changed his infatuation. In the past, there was a genius from the Northern Demon clan who said some obscene things about Yi Qianshan. As a result, Jia Guzheng immediately chased him for thousands of miles and killed him. It almost caused a war between the 100-clan alliance and the Demon clan. It is a bit exaggerated to say that it caused a war between the two forces. But this Jia Guzheng is really crazy. Yes, when he came to our Yi family in the past, those geniuses in our Yi family who had shown their love for Yi Qianshan were all found by him one by one. In the end, they were either killed or injured. It caused a huge uproar. Later, after Yi Qianshan disappeared, he stopped coming to our Yi family. Now, Yi Qianshan has only returned for a short period of time, and he actually came to our door like a ghost. Yi Shiwen was a little stunned when he heard about Jia Guzheng. He did not expect that the matter of Jia Guzheng actually involved Yi Qianshan. Yi Shiwen could vaguely guess what the big trouble that Yi Feng was talking about was. But before he could think about it, a familiar hearty laughter came from not far away. I said that you can definitely participate. If even you can't participate, then this broken tea ceremony will be meaningless. The person who came was none other than Yi Fan. At this time, Yi Fan grinned and said he was very happy to see Yi Shiwen. It was the first time he came out of his small mountain village. As soon as he came out, he met Yi Shiwen. Their temperaments were also compatible, and they soon became very good friends. Yi Shiwen laughed and said, Yi Fan, let me introduce to you. This is my eldest brother, Yi Mao, third brother, Yi Kai, and little sister, Yi Qiao Qiao. The outstanding young generation of our Luoyia City branch family is here. At this time, he had naturally integrated himself into the Luoyia City branch family. Nice to meet you, nice to meet you. Yi Fan cupped his hands and said, Yi Mao, and the other two also quickly got up and cupped their hands and saluted. They did not dare to underestimate Yi Shiwen's friends. First, it was Yi Shui, then Yi Feng, and now even Yi Qianshan knew him. Naturally, this person who could become Yi Shiwen's friend was not that bad. Moreover, although the three of them thought that Yi Fan looked forthright, his cultivation was actually unfathomable. His realm was stable, far above the three of them. It was even difficult to see through Yi Fan's cultivation. Naturally, he would not be a simple person. However, when they wanted to talk, they saw that the original focus of everyone's attention, Jia Guzheng, was moving in the direction of Yi Shiwen. His eyes were a bit sinister and cold. The atmosphere suddenly became dignified. No one knew what he was going to do. At this time, Yi Shui, Yi Feng, Yi Chenglong, Yi Yuling, and others also looked at that corner. Yi Shiwen was already very eye-catching. Now, with the addition of Jia Guzheng, he naturally became the focus of everyone's attention. This is interesting. There's a good show to watch. Yi Feng said with a smile. Obviously, he had expected it. If necessary, we still have to take action. No matter what, Yi Shiwen is also a member of our Yi family. Jia Guzheng is not allowed to be presumptuous here. Yi Shui said coldly, Don't worry, this matter is not up to us. Didn't you see Yi Fan next to him? Now, Yi Fan can't wait to find an opponent to fight. Yi Feng squinted his eyes and said with a smile, You are Yi Shiwen? Jia Guzheng directly looked for Yi Shiwen, who was sitting in the seat.